was an old intro, Curvies. I need to change that. We're on our way to 3K. We're like 50 away from 3K, you guys. Slow and steady wins the race. Slow and steady wins the race. Happy Sunday. Thanks for popping in. Make sure you smash that like button, smash the subscribe button on your way in. If you can, ring my bell. Ring my bell so you can get notified when I upload videos. And so you can become part of the beautiful curvy community that we're growing over here in the YouTube streets. Thank you guys for coming in. Now, Curvies, you ask, I deliver. If I see it, you see it. You know, we help each other out. We got to help each other out in this big old crazy world. You know, the world is big. You need to live larger. I love my acronym larger. It's for all of my businesses. I have Larger Life. That's where I take care of your guys' finances. I can help you get some insurance so Stormy doesn't have to pay for your funeral and then come to the reunion and brag about it after her mommy makeover settles. Those who know. I can help you get your retirement together just in case you're one of these federal workers who has a TSA account. Now you can crack it because you took, because you either got fired or you're taking that deferred resignation. I can help you roll that over to a very lucrative retirement account that will last you far longer than anything the TSA is currently set up. I can get your 401k rolled over to something nice where we can create you some tax-free lifelong income. I can get you 529s, your 403bs, all of that stuff. You guys need to talk to me. Look at some of these videos that I put out. You know, the administration, this politics, all the things are changing. But what's ironclad are the contracts with your financial institutions. They won't be able to do much about that. So if you can get your hands on some insurance that has high cash value attached to it, that you can pass on to your people tax-free, that's what life is, okay? Mel. So Mademoiselle, where is Mel, right? Where is Mel? Did you mean who is Mel? I was talking about damn Love and Marriage after lockup, Huntsville. Yes. Hi, everybody. The first one in my house today was ma mère. Thanks for coming through. Bonjour. Bonjour, mademoiselle. Comment allez-vous? C'est bon de te voir. Yes, it's nice to see you. Je m'appelle Lagel. Comment allez-vous? Yeah, French fries, Gâteau Saint-Honor, eclairs. Yeah, I get really expansive with my freaking. Yeah, Mel is the one that asked for this. I know. I hope I don't have any of his socials. I hope he has his bell rung so that he can happen over here because Mel NYC did request and I am delivering. Look, you guys can request things and I'll deliver. I love a robust conversation. I love to hear what your thoughts are. I love to discuss things and pontificate the, solutions that can help drive our human race forward, And I mean, at this point, we're kind of all in it together. So my focus is human race. And yeah. So everybody, thanks for being here. Grand Rising. Yeah, I started saying Grand Rising because good morning. I heard something about that's what they used to say to slaves after they would kill all their family. Then the overseer would come to the quarters the next day and be like, I hope your morning was good. You got to get back in the cotton fields now. I hope that was a good morning you had. Now get back in the cotton fields before I whip your ass some more. That's what I heard good morning came from. I heard it was high key residual racist shit. And there's a grand rising movement, a grand evening. Yeah, we're just rewriting it all. I mean, if they're rewriting history, we can rewrite our word base so that we're always speaking life into situations. It's true. Why were we starting the day off talking about mourning when it's a double entendre? I don't know. Q is in the house. Q, how'd your pork steaks come out? And I did not see what vegetable you were doing last night. Um, and do you do long grain rice? You know, if you do a jasmine rice, I soak my jasmine basmati rice for like a half hour in warm water. And did you know it's like aromatic and it has flavors if you pre-soak specifically basmati long grain rice. Plus, it makes them elongate. Yes, it makes the rices get even longer if you soak them before you cook them. Yeah, I like doing it that way. I hope you enjoyed your dinner. I hope DJ enjoyed it too. Um, yeah. So those are all the hellos. Lady Virgo's in the house. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, where the hell is Mel? Let me leave. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this link. So if he does come, he specifically asked for a panel on politics. And I wasn't gonna go here because I'm kind of sure that some of the I forgot I was in StreamYard. I can totally share your comments today. Let me do that. That's why I came to StreamYard so I can panel because I've been going live on YouTube directly because it improves my viewership. Um, yeah. Mamere. Yeah, so let me let these messages play. And then somebody in my other video, they were like, oh, can you do this? And now I tried to accommodate, but then there's some other stuff. Like, honestly, you guys, I have a lot of stuff going on. So I'm a licensed financial professional. I'm a licensed real estate agent. I'm a mom. I'm a mother. I homeschool. I'm a caregiver. You know what I mean? I'm a content creator. And I tend to, especially with content creation, I do a lot of prep work for it, but I don't do post work on it. You know what I mean? Let me explain. So prep work is, I think of a title, like make up the thumbnail, like get a description, I get whatever media I'm going to show you during the video, and a lot of my descriptions are preset. And I realized that I was going at least an hour and a half on these lives, so I created a timestamp for every 10 minutes where a person can just like, you know, break it down that way per 10 minutes, pretty much until you get to like the last half hour. But post editing, I do not do. I don't go back and cut nothing unless YouTube gives me a thing that says, you know what? We need you to trim this shit out or dispute this claim. That's the only post editing I do. And I would probably have even more everything if I did start taking at least an hour. Maybe I should put it on the schedule. Take an hour, after an hour a week or a couple hours a week, and go back and start editing down these long, excellent videos into like manageable clips, you know, so a person doesn't have to be inundated with 3 hours of my talking. They might be able to just get to the point. But, you know, I'm going to have to learn how to market better in the post editing because somebody requested that. And then somebody complains about the music. Now, I'm an 80s chick. Like, I grew up with the cars that go boom and the bass and all of that, and I love music. I love the kind of parties where, and the people that used to party know. So there was kind of I had people in my life where they'd be like, "Oh, Leah, my real name's Leah, you know. Oh, Leah, you want to go to a party?" And so I would get to the party, and there would be no music, and people just standing around talking in little clusters, no games, and that was the party. Like it was a to me, a party involves music and food. Now I'm not sure if that's a cultural thing because I saw Instagram before where they went around and asked some people, "Oh, what do you expect at a party?" They were like, "People." And then they asked some black people, "What do you expect at a party?" They were like, "Food, drink, music." You know what I mean? So I'm of that culture. Um, and I like music when I'm talking. I like music in the background. I have music in my house throughout the day. I'm very I'm very musically inclined, as Tom Sandoval would say. And so I appreciate music, but I've been getting comments under, and I don't even really hear it. Like you guys hear it, I guess, because to me, there's music on right now. Let me make sure. Is it even on? Yeah, there's music playing right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but I can't hear it at all. So, like, if I put it to about here, then I can hear the little, but very faint. But I guess to you guys on the other side, it's distracting somehow. And their comments are, oh, we can't hear anything you're saying because your music is too loud. And I'm like, what? So I would appreciate it if the music is distracting to you in real time. Let me know, because there's nothing I could do about it after the video. And we both have to be pleased in this thing. I'm doing this because I love it. And so, and also part of what I love is music. So I will be continuing to play this music in the background. Oh, the music is good. Right on. So I wasn't going to talk politics, you guys. Yeah, I'm super duper busy. I wasn't going to talk politics, but I got a request. I'm pretty sure that after I talked politics during the actual election cycle and was letting people know about the other choices that were available to them, that the DNC was actively working against, I have my feelings about it, and you guys know. And I did notice that the people who pop into my chat since then, it's been different. I don't know if the normals are like hiding in the bushes and not popping in the chat, not coming through for a conversation or a like, but I have noticed that since November, since Kamala lost, there's been a change in my regulars. And a lot of my regulars were very pro Kamala and were upset with me that I was even telling people about Jill Stein, Marianne Williamson, Cornel West, any other choice to try to participate in a democratic process. They were through. They didn't care that we had installations. They didn't care that we didn't vote on shit. They was like, I was the problem for exploring my alternate players in this game of politics. They wanted me to just fall in line and be one of the sheeple, but my daddy didn't raise no sheep. He raised me, and I'm not a sheep. And I don't just go along with the status quo just because. I don't just choose between two devils just because. I don't just look at evil and be like, oh, well, it might not be that bad. I don't do that. And I'm not judging those who do, but I don't also expect to be judged because I don't. But I feel judged because I did. You see what I'm saying? So it's interesting. I mean, literally, people who I would engage with on a regular basis, I've been told are like still crying about Kamala losing. And I'm still like, why are you so crying? Because she had a weak platform. She had nothing for the people except for cackles and hairy greens. And I was kind of appalled that people didn't expect more from a leader. People didn't want more from a leader. Like they were going to be suffice with nothing. She didn't even have any platforms on her website until a week before the election or some bullshit. It was crazy. She did not give a fuck. She was not taking this seriously. She thought it should have been handed to her. And I was just like, that's not how politics works. You either steal it or you earn it, obviously. And she wasn't earning it. And she couldn't steal it, even though there is $20 million missing. And she made the most money ever in history for raising money for a campaign. And there's money missing. And she lost. But I'm not judging her. I'm just saying it's indicative of the person that we would have had. Now, and I'm not pro 45. I'm refusing to call him his next number. I am not pro 45 in any way. However, I am pro-democracy and the ideal of democracy and the idea of people voting for what they want, the votes getting counted. And if you win by 8 million, then I would say that's a fucking landslide. And even if you get found out that maybe 5 million of them were fake because Heil Hitler guy here may or may not have paid for some extra votes in Philadelphia, that's still only 3 million of the 8 million. And you guys weren't recounting the votes when Al Gore's freaking ballots went in the ocean. It was all just move along here, nothing to see. So I'm just kind of talking about this today because since he's gotten in office, people I know, and I love everybody, and people who are like from my family to my curvy crew, have had words with me and feelings. Some people have been sending me little Instagrams of people going on hour-long tirades against Jill Stein specifically and anybody that supported her. And like, we're the reason that you're getting a Sig Heil and a freaking orange monster right now. Like it had zero to do with the fucking DNC and the lack of a democratic process. I'm the fucking problem? No, bitch. I'm not the problem. And you need to like put that anger towards the problem, and then maybe we can do something different for the next time. Because us infighting amongst us regular civilians up here on local level, state level, that's not the spirit. Because I'm not the motherfucking problem. You see what I'm saying? Oh, you didn't vote for Kamala. No, I fucking didn't. But I also didn't vote for 45. And my vote not for either one of them is not a vote for them. Oh, you may as well have. No, I may as well not have. You're not being intellectually honest. You're not. And unfortunately, Jill Stein's impact was more in energy than in efficacy, because the amount of votes that she even garnered wouldn't have made a dent in Kamala's pocket. After the way she was chastising black people, not doing shit for black people, but braggadocious about a blackness that was borrowed at best. I saw Candace Owens freaking deep dive into the lies and deceit of the MK Ultra life of Kamala Harris. Yeah, her mom worked on the MK Ultra thing where you brainwash people and make them Manchurian candidates. Check it out. We showed a lot of it over here. And 45 said he didn't know anything about Project 2025. Remember? Oh, I didn't write it, but all the people that had anything to do with it are now part of his cabinets, right? Lots of rats in the cabinets. There's an infestation in the cabinets over there. Vermin. But I've always said that if you guys looked at his Agenda 47, which he took the time to put on his website so that his followers could know what the plan was, what the outline for the plan was. He had video links for people who didn't want to read. And then he had it in English, Vietnamese, Chinese, and other languages for anybody else who wanted to read what his plan was for America. And people looked at that shit and they were like, "Ooh, I'm with it." Whereas you go over to Kamala Harris's site and there was nothing but merch for sale, you guys. It was merch for sale until the very last minute. She wasn't serious. And then when she did put something up, it was only in writing. She wasn't as thoughtful as 45 and put it out in video and consider the illiterates of the world. No. But now we have what we have. A lot of people voted against their interests. I only voted in the best interest of me and my family. And that might sound selfish, but I feel like that's what the vote is for. I'm not supposed to vote so I don't feel more comfortable. I'm supposed to vote for what I believe in and what I feel comfortable with. And you're supposed to vote for what you believe in and what you feel comfortable with, and so on and so on. And part of the reason politics is a horrible talk to have at families' dinners is because the reasoning behind why we vote sometimes can't be verbalized. Sometimes we don't even realize that we're a sheeple. Like we're just voting Democratic because our great granddaddy voted Democratic, our granddaddy voted Democratic, our daddy voted Democratic, and now we're going to vote Democratic. We don't even know, you know? Did you guys, I'm going to segue, and this is going to show how this type of thinking can just happen, where you can just become a sheeple. So back in the day, my mom, when it was, time for a ham, let's say at Christmas, she would go buy a big ass ham. She would go buy the biggest ham, and then she would cut off about a quarter of it and just lop it off. And we would make like a ham spread with it. We would take that and put it through the meat grinder with some green onions and cream cheese. And we would make like a ham spread. And even like Honey Baked Ham has a version of that. It's really tasty. And so one day I asked, I was like, well, why do you get the biggest ham and then cut it off like that? And she was like, oh, it was something my mom did. So then we call her mom. And we asked, and we said, well, why we're making ham and we got the ham and we just cut it. And we don't even really know why we cut it, except for we do use it for spread. But why do you cut the ham? And she said, oh, it was something my mom did. So then we call her mom and we say, great grandma, why, my mom was cooking ham and she said it was because her mom cooked ham and cut it. And they said that you were the one that cut the ham. So why did you cut the ham, great grandma? And great grandma said, because our appliances couldn't fit the size ham that we brought home. And the only way to get it into the oven was to cut off some of the ham and cook it separately. But now we're in an age where the ovens are huge and you don't have to cut the ham anymore. Where the pans are huge and accommodating and you don't have to cut the ham anymore. But if you're not asking why the fuck were you cutting the ham, you're not going to realize it's because in the old days, shit wasn't as big as it is now. And you just kind of got caught up in a ritual that is useless. But you're caught up in this ritual for no reason because the circumstances are completely different now. It can fit in your oven. It can fit in your refrigerator. It can fit in the pan. There's no reason to cut a quarter of the ham off anymore. And that was my segue into this. There's no reason to keep on voting for these motherfuckers that obviously don't have our best interests at heart. There's no reason to vote for a senator, a congressman that didn't do what the fuck you sent him to Washington to do. There's no reason to vote for a mayor to give him another chance to do some bullshit. Kamala Harris sat in that office 4 years as the vice president and didn't do shit. But had the nerve to say she was in on all the meetings. That she was making the decisions. Even Sleepy Joe was like, oh, she was making the decisions. I was asleep. You guys saw me drooling. I was asleep. But nothing got done. Oh, all the prices went to shit under her. Rent went astronomical under her and Biden. But I'm putting it on her because she decided to let the people believe that she could fit all the ham. And she can't. She needed a plan to fit all the ham. She did not have a plan that included everybody. She went segment by segment by segment after she needed to gain more. She was like, oh, the Indians don't like me. Let me go back and say this. Oh, the black people don't like me. Let me go back and say this. Oh, white people feel alienated. Let me go back and say this. Oh, the Jews think I'm anti-Semitic. Let me go back and say this. But it was nothing solid that was in writing that we could hold her to, because her good flip-flopping ass throughout her political career has been a flip-flopper. And then she gets here and says, oh, but my values are the same. You flipped on everything you ever wrote on, but your values are the same. No, your values are skewed, bitch, because the real core value does not change. You guys have seen that movie about the freaking marbles, about your personality. Have you guys seen that? The elements and like anger gets in there and makes the little girl, no, anxiety. Remember, anxiety took control of the board and nobody else could get through because anxiety was moving so fast and nobody could get through. Remember? So core characteristics, core personality traits don't change. You don't just stop being a liar if it's benefited you to be a liar. You don't just stop bombing Gaza if it's benefited you bombing Gaza and your husband, the Doug guy, is in charge of the anti-Semite department and you and him are tag teaming the rest of America. There's more people in America than Jews. There's more people in America than Black people. There's more people in America than just Latinos. This is supposed to be the fucking melting pot. Give us you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor. I'm just thinking that this whole system needs an enema. And I'm not adverse to the implosion that seems to be happening, but I am adverse to the harm that it's going to cause regular schmegular people. Oh, mixed vegetables. Was it the carrots, peas, and like cauliflower, the frozen one? Ooh, yeah, that juice for the rice. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I like it. Yeah, super busy, but I don't know. I don't want to be so busy that I'm not doing anything great, I do need to, I don't know. I feel like the top 5 for me are okay to manage. And I just want to do the things I do well. Hey, everybody. Thanks for coming through. Yep. A modern day Proverbs 31 woman. Let's look at that. I know my Proverbs 13:22. A good man leaves an inheritance for his children's children's children. And that's on my business cards, because it's biblical to get your fucking life insurance. Look, I use fucking in the Bible in the same sentence. Fornication is a sin. Proverbs 31. Oh, it does say Proverbs 31 describes a woman who is strong, wise, and kind. No way. She is strong. She has strong arms, wisdom. She speaks wisdom and teaches kindness. I do. She's kind and open arms to the needy. I do. Hard work. Yes. I bring food from afar. I do. Oh my gosh. Thanks for this, Mademoiselle. Oh my gosh. Family. I care for my household. Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. She is worth far more than rubies. The ruby is my wedding ring. And did you guys know that rubies are more precious than diamonds? De Beers lied to you guys when they went to Africa and made their concentration camp and stole all the diamonds. Yeah. Rubies are more precious than diamonds, you guys. She is clothed in strength and dignity. Yep. I put my cleavage away. Charm is deceptive and beauty is fleeting. My grandma told me good. She said, Leah, she said, you're beautiful. I said, you're just saying that because you're my grandma. She said, no. She said, you're beautiful inside. And that's where real beauty is. She said, beauty on the outside can fade. And you always stay beautiful inside because that's the real beauty. And I always took that in my heart and live by that, give her the reward she has earned. Oh, God. Yes, please. I need some rewards, God. Thank you. I guess they'll come when they come. They'll come when they come. I like that. I'm going to save that. Nice. Yes. Worth more than rubies. That's why when I got my wedding ring, he was looking for diamonds. And I was like, whoa. For one, everybody has those clear stones that you can make in a lab. And for two, ruby is close to my garnet color and burgundy was my favorite color. And rubies are just so gorgeous. So I have my nice little 3-carat oval freaking ruby thing. It's cute. It's modest. In a platinum band with little diamond chips. So I do have diamonds on here, but they're chips, literal chips. The focus is this ruby. Thanks for that, Mademoiselle. I appreciate that. Good morning. Originated from the old Egan Morgan. More being morning and gen being good. It became good morning in the English as it evolved. Oh, see? Damn, Instagram said it was leftover. And I was like, that sounds like some shit an overseer would say. Was your morning good? Get back to work. There's cotton to be picked. Mm-hmm. Yes, many, many hats. You know, that's one thing. It's so weird. Like, so I was a fidgety child. I'm pretty sure I'm going to sound like Amanda Seales right now. And I'm pretty sure that I'm undiagnosed some of the letters ADHD, CBI, whatever. Um, I'm probably on the spectrum, most likely. And but when I was growing up, they just called us fidgety. They said we had high energy. They said we were anxious. They wasn't trying to put no jacket or medication with the shit. They were just like, stop fidgeting, Leah. And I was like, I can't. Uh-huh. And so when I finally had kids in my late 30s and early 40s, I was lucky to still have just this kind of fidgety energy. Yeah. Although it has subsided some because I used to not need sleep until about 2 in the morning and could wake up at 5, no problem, and function all day. Now I tend to like start winding down around 9:30, you guys, but I also get up at 3. I start tossing and turning at 3. I start praying, and then I'm usually up by 5, and then I do the whole day, and then around 9:30 I start doing my first good yawns and wanting to get toasty, and then I'll go upstairs with husband for a couple hours and we'll have some us time. But I'm usually asleep by 11. So yeah. And Corey's in the house. Right on. Thanks for coming through. Yeah, we're happy she's here. Yeah. Well, music is good. Right on. Burnell Gaskins, thanks for coming through. Zelene, I said hello. That's all Kamala had, cackling and fakeness. Haven't seen her since. That she doesn't even care enough to, well, she can't have her old job back, and she better not try to come take Gavin Newsom's. We will run that bitch up out of California. You come for anything else over here. Mm-mm. Not today, Satan. Yeah. Haven't seen her since. Well, actually, there was some sightings of her and Doug like trying to shop at a store like regular folks. And then there's another thing where she's drinking a beer. Yeah. She had a platform with great things she wanted to enact to help the working people out. You detested them both, right? Kamala lost because people decided to protest the vote. And now, like we all said in the beginning, we are in the making of an authoritarian dictatorship, and all freedoms as we know it. They made it. The powers that be made it. And I would say that Kamala and the DNC wanted 45 to be what he is. They helped him get there by usurping democracy. If they wanted a different outcome, they would have done the right thing. But they never at any point did they course correct. Never at any point did they stop suing to keep other valid options off the ballot. And of course we get to protest because nobody wants an installation anything. They were saying that 45 was about to be installed, so we have to install Kamala. That doesn't work for me. I'm not with installation. That's the point. That's the bottom line. She was about to be an authoritarian dictatorship too. You let an installation person get in there, and we were going to get some of the same stuff. I had to go check out my IG post because the Lady Virgo comment, Ice-T one is hilarious. Oh my gosh, you're beautiful. I never saw your gorgeous face before. I'm here to support you, and as always, but you'll just listen today, right? I mean, I don't really want to get too politicky. I really was just trying to have a panel because Mel said he wanted to come up, but he ain't here. We're 35 minutes in, and if his bell ain't rung, then we don't have to keep talking about the stupid politics. And no way earned. And now the hard-earned Social Security will be taken away, and she will be left to die because of Elon trying to deliver a coup on the American government. Yep. Seems like that's about to happen. They let it happen. Kamala should have insisted that people vote for her. If she was really all about it, she should have never just taken the nomination. She should have been like, oh, especially as a lawyer. She's a lawyer, bitch. Especially as a lawyer. She should have done the legal right thing. And that would have showed a lot about her character. That would have made me even think, oh, well, maybe this bitch did change. And I might have considered her. But her being with the shits of usurping democracy and allowing herself to be installed and to be in the office next to the office she coveted and not have a list of things she wanted to do before the second week of time being up was a problem. And it's fine that it's a problem for me and not a problem for other people, but it should have been a problem, because the protests wouldn't have happened if they would have not usurped democracy. So are you trying to say Kamala could put her platform up because she was the sitting VP and there can only be one president at a time? Those who took civics in America schools should know that. We should also know about all the massacres against Black people in American schools, but we don't. My point remains the same. If you're running for something, you have a platform. And if she couldn't put a platform up because she was a sitting VP, then that should have disqualified her, because how do we know what the fuck she was about to do? Besides her lying mouth telling us some shit one on Tuesday and then changing it on Thursday. We didn't have anything in writing to back her up, to hold her to be like, look, bullet point number 6 was you're not going to be a lying hoe anymore. You're not going to backtrack on that. We didn't have anything to hold her feet to the fire. Agenda 47 was very well thought out, unfortunately, in multiple languages and media forms. Okay? So now we give her another excuse. She couldn't put a platform up because she was a sitting VP and there can only be one president at a time. And I'm catching your shade. Those who took civics in America should know that. So the implication is I didn't take civics in America and I don't know something. But I'm saying that what I know is that when you run for something and you want somebody to know what you're about, you make that available to, it's like a resume. Where was her fucking resume? Her resume said Kamala Harris at the top and the rest was blank. And then in the middle it said interests, bathing with collard greens, hobbies, lying, and backpedaling and pussy popping. Interests, cackling. I mean, her fucking resume was blank. And civics in American schools tell us that they need a platform. I know it sounded gross. So that's probably to the ham. I think we need a class. That's what I'm saying. Mademoiselle, I asked my friend, you guys know Manny's TV Talk. He's in lawyer school right now. And I even asked another lawyer friend of mine. I was like, is there a way we could sue these motherfuckers? But I feel like that's what he wants. Okay, listen to me. So far, they have all their feds set up. You know, Mitch McConnell's bodysuit has been for over a decade stacking the courts throughout the United States with these far dictatorish leaning people who want to undo the American process. And before he even became president, he got the clearing that anything he does is not illegal, right? And now he gets in office and he's doing all kind of shit, just turning over all the tables, right? And it's all very illegal and unconstitutional. But it's just like when he was in office the first time with his fake news and alternative facts. The more you say a lie as the truth, and the more people act on the lie that you said, that action makes it the truth. So your participation in a lie gives it validity. Okay? So with the government workers, they have this deferred resignation. It goes against all of their protected rights as federal employees. But them participating, 75,000 government workers participating in an illegal buyout makes the buyout legal because their actions of participating in it made it legal. And you see the federal court just threw it out and said he could do what the fuck he wants. And I feel like it's because the participation, plus because now you're in front of one of his friends that can make it the truth all the way because you sued him and took it to the court that he has stacked. So I feel like they kind of want a class action suit so that it can be in writing that this is the new land of the law. You see what I'm saying? So we'd have to be really careful. We'd have to get him on a RICO, which is really feeling like, you know? Oh, and whatever happened to the bridge in Maryland? Did they ever fix that damn bridge in Maryland, Corey? That's another thing. The news needs to do a freaking circle back section. After all the crazy, maniacal, evil shit they tell us in the world, they need to do a circle back and be like, well, that's taken care of. That person lived. The funeral for that person was that day. And all the people that are displaced from the Palisades fire are in these locations. I'm like, where are the fucking people? And I told you guys last week, I said when this Arctic River comes in California, there's going to be mudslides where all the fires were. And what just happened? The freaking mudslides were all over this week. And the emergency vehicles were getting washed into the ocean with people inside because the mud was coming off the side of the freshly burned soil. And there's no saturation level. So it immediately just turns to muddy waters and goes downhill. And so now they have mud to clean up on top of it. It's crazy. I knew that was going to happen. But at least you can't have a fire in the Arctic River, you know? So let's see. Jamie Raskin is starting one. It depends on the court action AG has taken against Doge. And the lady in New York has also done some Doge stuff, right? Like, didn't she try to sue Elon for the Doge? Let's see. Facts. We've been bamboozled since the beginning. Yep. He should have been arrested. And I don't know why we're not making more fun of this autistic Nazi lover, this apartheid baby who obviously has to pay these women to have sexual relations with him. How did this fool get 13 kids? How many babies mamas does Elon Musk have? Let's ask the question. Because you guys are busy talking about Nick Cannon. We need to be talking about this guy over here. Yes, he just had a 13th child announced by some far right Christian nationalist chick who's like, I want privacy with my kid. She wasn't going to say anything, but then she decided that she wants some attention too. How many babies' mothers does Elon Musk have? 12 children with 3 different women. And now he has a new one. She just announced it. So now he has with 4 different women because this is a new mom. Yeah. Yeah, he definitely has. The lady just said she had his trial. Here it is. Elon breaks his Musk on his child. Oh, he's saying, whoa. I don't know. It's not a confirmation or denial, is it? Oh, well, look, I don't know. Maybe this 13th child, I don't know. He's not like, oh, yeah, that's my baby, too. He's like, whoa. And she's like, I've been trying to communicate over the past days and you haven't responded. I don't know. She could be psycho. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Kamala can't act on her own accord nor have her own position on something, being that she is the VP and can only do what she's allowed to do by the sitting. But that doesn't make any sense. Then why even run? Why even run if you can't do anything different than what's being done and you can't tell us what's going to be different? Then why should we trust that anything was going to be different? Because for one, you can't tell us. And for two, you can't tell us. So why even fucking run? That means that just solidified it. She wasted our time even more. If Kamala can't act on her own accord, nor have her own position on something, then why run? Mike Pence had his own position on stuff while he was the vice president and running to be president. Didn't that happen? I don't get it. Is the line moving? I'm not sure. Because I don't think you should be allowed to run if you can't even have a fucking position. And you definitely don't get to have the people that I love mad at my ass because you couldn't have a motherfucking position to be able to enact some shit. Sounds like you should be barred from it. You can't tell me what the fuck you're going to do when you get there because you're currently there. Then you shouldn't be able to come back until you can tell me what the fuck you're going to do. That sounds like gibberish. I lied, I will say. That we have this current administration is scary. I don't see JD doing much. Yes, no. And I kind of feel like he chose JD because, I don't know, people might be more scared of him being Inside Out too, yes. With anxiety, was high key anxiety, right? And she was just trying to fit in. A lot of what is being said currently is misinformation and disinformation. Okay, well, I don't know. I caught that, right? An outsider looking in, I think the biggest issue with American elections are that only two parties to choose from, right? That's what I'm saying. Us having two booty cheeks, two diaper rash infested booty cheeks. I mean, the stench coming off this ass is disgusting. And we are the American citizens caught between two diaper infested booty cheeks. And then we're like sick. We're sick from this infestation. And we can't even make a right decision because there's no clear air in between these two pus-filled infested booty cheeks of the Republicans and Democrats, and we as Americans are caught between them. We need an extra booty cheek. We need freedom from the booty cheeks. That's why I was looking at third candidates, because at least it would have allowed some air into the place, the crevasses of the butt cheeks that are the duopoly of the Democrats and Republicans who wash each other's hands and scrub each other's backs behind it. And that's why nothing gets done. All they're doing is playing good cop, bad cop, both going to the same office at night, smoking cigars together. I'm glad it was good. The GOP has total control, and because people wanted to protest vote. See, and here you go. It sounds like you're continuing to blame and reduce our votes to protest votes. I made an educated, thoughtful, due diligence, researched vote based off of written platforms and visions that were provided by the candidates. I would say the only protest vote was going to be Kamala, the way that you're wording this right here, because so far you told me that as a sitting person, she wasn't even allowed to have a platform, which I said she didn't have. And now you're saying that she couldn't even have her own position because she was already in there, which I said she didn't have. So anybody who voted for a lady with no platform and no position just to keep 45 from becoming 47 means that you're the protest vote. How about that? That's what the fuck happened. You guys were protesting against 45 so hard with your fear mongering and your voting without any platform or real ideals that we ended up with this conundrum. That was the protest vote. Kamala, I'm flipping the fucking script. Kamala's voters were the protest vote because you guys didn't even have a platform to stand behind. She didn't have nothing for you motherfuckers that she didn't have 4 years ago. She wanted to give people the same $600 a month in 2025 that she was trying to give people in 2020 when she was calling Joe a racist. She didn't even have any new numbers. The inflation went up, bitch. You couldn't even make your $500, $800, same exact $25,000 repackaged. What's $25,000 going to do for somebody in 2025? Nothing. That was a protest vote. Collard greens in bathtubs and cackling. That was a protest vote against 45. Whereas Jill Stein had solid freaking vision. She had a plan. She had a plan for everybody and everything. And it was outside of the freaking encrusted booty cheeks of the duopoly. Yeah, you're right. Thanks for giving me that ideal. Yep, the protest vote was any Kamala voters. Anybody who thought a black woman was about to win against a white man in America, that was a protest vote. When the white pussy couldn't even win against the man. You guys are going to put a nappy dugout against him and thinks that she was going to win? You thought all the AKs, there was enough AKs to get her into office? Really? You thought that white supremacy was gone enough in America that a black woman was really about to be the president when a white woman couldn't even be the president? Really? You know how many white men it took for Obama to get to be the first black president? We haven't even had one woman president yet. There's no way that the first one is going to be black. You guys aren't getting a picture of what America is built on? The white supremacist history that is America should have warned you guys that you were doing a protest vote by trying to get her in there. She wasn't ready the first time, and that's why she had to become vice president. She got less than 1% of the vote the first time her ass ran against the man who she became his bitch to. She became Biden's bitch. She went from calling him a racist, lying about getting busted into schools, to becoming his vice president and agreeing with everything he does. Yeah, very cultish. I mean, they like voted for him, and especially I can't wrap my head around the Latinos who voted for him, who now they're like, people are getting snatched up. And then the Venezuelan lady, she was like, oh, vote for him. And then hella their people got wrapped up. And they're like, he lied. No, bitch. He said he was going to do the deportation. It was in writing on his freaking Agenda 47. He's going down the list of what he had in writing on his platform, on his website. He's going down the list. Oh, 4 parties. Yep. But 2 parties get the most traction. Yes. So we have the Independent Party. We have the Greens. We have the Democrats. We have the Republicans. We have the Libertarians. Yeah, that's 4. Correct. And because of what the colonizers that stole the land escaping, just that's why we have a democratic republic. We actually have a constitutional republic, I believe. I don't think, in my research when I was doing the politicking during the election cycle, we're in a constitutional republic. The word democracy is not mentioned anywhere pretty much. It's the word that they say, but it's not like in the Constitution or in the articles. We're in a constitutional republic. None of these systems are perfect. They're all based off of white supremacy and men who wore wigs. Yep, the pirates. Gavin has used up his terms of service, so Kamala wants to run. She has a right to. Yeah, but we won't be voting for her. She can do what she wants, but she won't get in. What's untrue, Curves? And I know it. I'm not sure. I don't know. I kind of feel like what I said was true. It's in my opinion, and allegedly. And yeah, it's my opinion, and therefore makes it true. You can't with the misinformation. Oh, see, look at you continuing her words. The misinformation and disinformation that came from Kamala Harris. You have to go because you sound like a MAGA cultist. Well, you just can't handle the heat that you picked a loser and your loser didn't have a platform, and she didn't have anything but black. And yeah, I'm sorry. And you know I love black. Happy Black History Month. Take a look around your house and thank a black person. Everything in this bitch is pretty much came from black ingenuity. Thank the doorknob. You can't even get in and out your house without a doorknob. Thank a black person. Yeah. And see how all these little slights, and that's what the fuck I'm talking about. These people are mad at me for having my opinions and for having my truths and my evidence of what the fuck I'm talking about. And you keep moving these lines for the loser lady. First it was because it was protest, and then it's because she can't have a position, and then it's because she was already there, and then it's because it's just so many excuses for a fucking loser. You're not tired of the excuses that you have to make for her? And I'm no better than a MAGA cultist? I feel a fuck you coming out my mouth, Corey. Yeah, I'm feeling a fuck you come up. Because I'm not your problem. Your problem is Kamala Harris and her lack of anything that could have made her a winner. And you're sounding like you're trying to make me your problem. You're assigning the labels of misinformation, disinformation. I'm a MAGA cultist. I'm not educated. That's what that little thing about anybody with civics class. I'm what? What? You see, and that's what I'm fucking talking about. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not your problem. And you keep on making me the problem is going to get you what you get next time, if there is a next time. Because the problem is the system. The problem is they put this installed lady up, and now they have people like you mad that it didn't work, that the installation was thwarted, that people do appreciate a good voting process. I'm not your problem, Corey, but if you have to go, I understand. Ta-ta. TTFN. You know what that is? Hashtag TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Peace out. Bye-bye. Sis, I understand she was never going to be the legal right thing. Remember, we're talking about the same woman who tried to put Michael Jackson in prison for something he didn't do. She was always on the attack of black people with her good, not black ass. Think about it. Her own black daddy wouldn't even come to her rescue. She lived a mile away from her all this time, and he never even came forward. She helped author and put forth the anti-Asian hate crime bill and did nothing for black people except for lock them up and try to lock them up. What in the heck are the other two? I can honestly say I never ever heard of anything other than the Dems and cons in the USA, right? Yeah, no, I mean, there are more parties, but the main ones are these two booty cheeks. Yeah, you can't believe what you're hearing. Yeah, peace out, Miss Bugs. I'm entitled to my opinion, and that's what I'm saying. I'm not your problem. You guys need to go back to the freaking drawing board and either pick a black twat that's going to have a platform and something for the American people without chastising them and trying to fearmonger them into voting. A platform would have worked great. But I understand people aren't ready for platforms. People want people to just give them shit. I want people to just give me shit too, believe it. And I will gladly accept it. But when it comes to something so important as to the White House, I feel like Kamala Harris was an ill-prepared, unauthorized user, if you will, with the installation process that I witnessed. And anybody who's fine with an installed person shouldn't have a problem with 45 being 47. Yes. He should have stepped down. That's what I'm saying, Zelene. I'm not the problem. The problem is that the person who promised us that if we voted his sleepy ass in there one time, he promised us, he swore with his fingers crossed behind his back that he was going to be a one-term president. And then he didn't bow out. And then they waited past the primary time to allow the primaries. And then by the time he did dip out, he installed Kamala. But I'm the problem, Miss Bug. I'm the problem, Corey. Really? See, this is black on black crime. Us three black ladies not getting along because you guys are making me your problem when the problem is what the problem is. And it has nothing to do with this black lady sitting over here in California, which is me, not Kamala, because Kamala is not black. But I'll take it. The other political parties, the Liberal, Green, Constitution, Natural Law, Democratic, Republican, yes. We went over all the different parties during the election cycle, and I showed you guys all the different candidates that had made it to the top of their prospective parties. And every single one, the Liberal Party had a platform on their website well before, 2 weeks before. The Green Party had a platform on their website. They had a plan. The Constitution Party had a platform on their website. The Natural Law Party had a platform on their website. The Republican Party had a platform on their website. The Democratic Party had merch for sale. Miss Bugs, Corey Berman, they have merch for sale, and you're mad at me? I'll take it. Whatever the case, Kamala's platform was a lie to exactly. She wasn't going to lower grocery prices, just like Trump. She wasn't going to do anything about housing. Her main contributor was BlackRock. And you guys think that freaking Elon Musk is a problem because he's a billionaire funding 45. But what about George Soros, who's been funding Kamala Harris since she ran for Senate in California the first time? Yeah, George Soros is a problem too, you guys. It's not just Elon Musk. During debates, there are only two opponents. In Canada, there are usually 5. Yeah, so here, there's usually more than 2. And if you go back to even last election cycle, Marianne Williamson was up there. Sleepy Joe was up there. Kamala Harris was up there. They had a full panel of Democrats up there. Remember? And then they even had the main people from those go and, panel against the opposing parties also. So there's usually a primary within your party, and then they usually have some type of debate of all the parties being represented and being able to say. And this time we did not get that as American people. But on the Republican side, they did that. They had the Vivek guy, they had Tulsi Gabbard, they had 45, they had the other dude that was in there running, and they debated each other. At town halls, they stood up and said their ideals against each other's other ideals. The Democrats didn't do that, but I'll be your problem. Actually, no, I won't. You can take that shit and run. Most candidates usually run for Democrat, Republican. Yep. Many people only vote for Democrat. Yep. It's rare for Liberal and Green. Yeah. I was actually, when I first started voting, I was Green. Because I was like, oh, that's pretty. They're different. They care about the environment. Because I came up when recycling first happened, and like I was one of the first generations where we were in our house, like freaking finally doing different, recycling here, trash here, compost here. That started when I was coming up, So I was like, oh, it'll help the universe. It'll help the environment. So I had registered as a greenie. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Joanne. Did I say I was? Did I do that? I said that I was on the spectrum. I said I was pretty sure that I was on the spectrum. Did I say it was a derogatory objective? Refresh my memory, because I know I called him an apartheid baby, and I said that I personally am an undiagnosed adult, I'm pretty sure, and have displayed many of the things that are spectrum laden throughout my life. And yeah, I don't remember saying it. Refresh my memory if I did. I would love to know where I said it. Oh, they changed the rules so only the most popular get to debate. He's trashed with all those babies by different women. Oh, is that when I said it? Oh, I had said I don't know who got him to sleep with, how he got them to sleep with this autistic guy. He paid the ladies to have his autistic babies or something. I see. Yeah, no, I wasn't being derogatory. I don't think. I think I was just being honest when I said I'm pretty sure he had to pay these ladies to have sex with him because, I mean, he's really high key creepy to me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I would have had to get paid to do anything with that guy, especially have his baby. So I apologize to any spectrum people that feel like I derogatory them, including myself. A waste of time, the fringe party. And actually, I don't know. We did a lot of research on that, Mamir. Um, I don't feel like it's a whole waste of time. The only way to change stuff is to change it. If everybody only ever votes for two infested parties, then the other parties will never get enough traction to get the funding that they need. And it takes a little by little traction in order for you to become one of the main people on a platform, you know? So I kind of feel like fringe parties getting traction slowly is how you become a main party. Yeah. Crusty booty cheeks. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, it's horrible. And then they have people like a regular schmegular, wonderful women arguing, I'm the problem. No, we are all affected by the infection of these booty cheeks. We all need amoxicillin. It's rigged, corrupt. Yeah, a lot of people believe she's a Russian asset, but her plans are what we need. Exactly. I mean, if Putin's getting freaking Super Bowl rings from people and in a bromance with the current president, if she was a Russian asset, it could be useful. I'm just saying, assets are good. Correction, I meant to say six. There are actually six. Yeah, but we only talk about three or four, unfortunately. People forget that Kamala Harris hung out with people from the Diddy. That's what I'm saying. And was she at Epstein Island too? I mean, and then Trump being at Epstein Island. Yes, so many parties. Yep. Research them. Man, Mamere, you missed it. We totally went side by side. We had a 3-hour live over here during the election cycle. And we did a side by side live of all the candidates, all their platforms, what the parties stood for. It was a very good live. But since it was about politics, not a lot of people popped on. If you don't like the true response that my sister Larger Curves is giving, then move the fuck on. If you can't take the heat, then get out of the kitchen. Thank you, Q. And that's all said with love, but you're not gonna like freaking chastise me for having my own opinion and thoughts and shame me into submission. You're not gonna fucking do that. I am not with that kind of treatment. Especially on my channel. I can see like if I was over at your guys' channel spewing this stuff. But I think they did the right thing. You dip out, dip-a-loo, my darling. And I still love you if you come back. But this isn't the talk for us if you're going to sit here and make me the problem for Kamala Harris's hairy greens. Move the fuck on. We don't need to talk about politics. We can keep it all light with reality TV and something else. I understand that all these talks aren't for everybody. Okay? More people need to be frustrated than understand the choices we actually didn't truly have in the US. That is true, Joanne. We all need to be frustrated, not with each other, with this freaking system. Why did the Democrats allow this to happen? They have full-on computer programs that could have told them this was what the fuck was going to happen. But now they got sister girls arguing with each other to further divide us from the inside instead of us looking at the system that allowed this shit to happen. The fact is, I'm concerned about these colonizers will do to the military. I had a vision what Elon could do. He has a Neuralink put in people's head. He's trying to control. It's so crazy. They don't want us to have, they just took off vaccines off the list. That was one of his executive orders, is that no more vaccines. No more vaccines. And you know, he put Robert Kennedy Jr. in there that believes in vaccine harm, and the vaccine schedule doesn't need to be adhered to anymore, right? But I could see them taking away vaccines as mandatory and making Neuralinks mandatory. I could see that. We're in the upside down at this point. Yeah. See, we all help each other over here. How do all my Americans feel? Yeah, that's not all your Americans. I feel like you could kind of just do with Cascadia at this point. I'm with the Cascadia vision, where Canada absorbs Oregon, Washington State, and California, and we become Cascadia. But I don't know that you guys want the South as part of Canada. That'll be more problems. Yeah, I'm not sure if you guys want, yeah. But I feel like we're progressive enough in most of California to, you know, really become a powerhouse on the global scale, especially with California as the 5th largest GDP in the nation. I mean, in the world, we're the 5th largest GDP here in California. So if we join forces with Canada, can you imagine the power? We would be like the 5th. We would be very powerful. And plus, in all of those sci-fi movies about the apocalyptic end of the world, doesn't one of the strongholds usually become something in California where they try to put a wall up or something? And you have to like try to get all the way to California in order to survive with the leftover people that are still normal or trying to live normal. Yeah. So I'm with Cascadia, but I don't feel like everybody should get to go. But I'm also in California. That's why I don't really mind. You don't feel anyway, because if you let that evil man invade your country, then that's on you guys. Trump is evil. That's what I'm saying. And Trump isn't in California. Gavin Newsom was trying to Trump-proof California before he got in, because Trump's baby hands are so insecure. Honestly, I think all the distractions is so we don't see how Trump is fucking America and robbing the people blind. Yeah, it's all like that card game where you're busy moving your hands, but there's a hole in the table where you're just putting all the money in the hole. Mm-hmm. We're recycling purely for economic reasons in my household, and didn't know it was recycling. El Eon is from the dark realm, right? Voice twin, what's good? What's good? How have you been? Happy New Year. I don't think I've seen you since the New Year. Thanks for coming through. Canada, remain Canada. They had 1.5 billion and didn't win. 12% of the world economy is California. I wish the coastal states would secede and join. That's what I'm saying. Cascadia. Google it. It's called Cascadia. It's been in the works for like years. Canada has the same population. Our military has like, 7 soldiers. And we're so freaking progressive out here. We would be marching before we go into war for anybody. We're not trying to do all that. We do a nice meditation. We're not trying to get in uniform. You're not freaking dragging us into this shit, you know? Okay, so that's enough talking. Let's see. I did have a couple of videos I wanted to show us. Let's see. Let's go with these, because I did want to show us. Let me see. Present. Share the screen. Thanks for being here. Go ahead and smash that like button. Smash the subscribe button if you haven't already. Ring the bell. Okay, so let's see. So I have a couple videos for us to look at. Copyright Act under Section 107 of the Copyright Act. Fair use is made for research, commenting, and education, and it tips in the balance of us. So we're going to listen to Ilhan Omar. Now, I did appreciate Ilhan Omar and that group, that gang that she was part of with AOC, Ilhan, Talib, and the other lady. But it seemed like they imploded when AOC specifically traded in her activism for her string of pearls. And yeah, I feel like AOC drank enough Kool-Aid to leave the squad and turn over to the regular schmegular way of doing things within the system. She's no longer outside of the system. AOC has been absorbed into the system. Now, Ilhan Omar, I feel like she has she's still fringe. I just don't think there's much you can do from within the system. That's my own personal thinking, because everybody either seems to get absorbed or no, they pretty much get absorbed. Everybody starts nice. They all have a great vision, and then they get in there and they just end up falling in line. So it must be something about the actual system that does that to people.
Over $200 million to buy the election for Donald Trump. But what he was doing is he was buying himself access and challenged power for himself. And the thing that is truly dangerous about the man is just the level of arrogance that he has, his inability to tell a single truth. Every single day he talks about finding fraud. He hasn't shown us a single example of the fraud that he's finding. To him, what fraud is what we as members of Congress debated and decided to fund legally. That to him is fraud. What he is not talking about is the fact that he himself has $15 billion in government contracts. He hasn't looked at the one agency that has continued to fail an audit, which is the Pentagon. You have not seen.
And when he does look at it, it's unlikely he'll look at his own contract.
Of course, but he's not even talking about what does he go after. He goes after, as a billionaire, goes after the money that supports the world's poorest. What
love you too, Q.
Is our education system, the department that makes
put
sure
your if you're still here, wait.
For children with
Q, if you're still here, can somebody drop Q's channel? She has a channel in these YouTube streets and they're just starting out. We need to go over there and stack her channel so when she gets monetized, she has enough people. Somebody could drop Q and DJ's channel. That would be fantabulous. I appreciate that so much. Yes. So look, they have 1.5 billion and didn't win. Yup. I wish the coastal states would secede. Yeah, Cascadia. You're still in Oklahoma trying to find a way out, right? Mamir. Oh my God. Oh my, for real? Lady Virgo. Tough mofos. AE says she wants her job. The other option, does she have? She has no choice. I don't know. I feel like when you have values that got you to the place where you are, then you could continue to have those values. You might be a black sheep among your people, but I don't know. I just am not with getting absorbed. Stick to your fucking guns or quit or something. I don't know. But it doesn't really help if all you're going to do is start great and then finish weak. Yeah, they do. I know. That's part of my consideration is if you can't even love that man, then do you really love him? Your whole community? Like, I'm wondering, like, how does that fit in? Yay, yeah. Go subscribe to Q and DJ's channel. They do some good stuff over there. They're super positive and down to earth. Love them. Let's finish listening to Ilhan.
disabilities. He goes after FEMA, that takes care of people when they are desperate after a national disaster. And even with FEMA, the program he's talking about was funded in 2023 to shelter folks. That was passed with the Republican-controlled majority in the House.
But not with his permission.
Oh, see? Okay, so that was one of them. And then let's look at the next one. So basically, that was about her saying how Ilhan was saying how Elon, the apartheid baby, is calling what our democratic process of checks and balances and Congress voting on how the money is spent, because Congress controls the money and the different branches do different things, but Congress controls the money, right? So Congress has to vote and make the money go to where it's supposed to go, which makes it legal for that money to be there. The apartheid baby has come in and said that Congress is not right for voting on how we the constituents said for our Congress to spend the money. That's usually how it's supposed to work. We the people tell them some shit, then they're supposed to vote in our interest, and that's how the money trickles down. But he's usurping our democratic process again and deciding that the people who control the purse need controlling and undoing all their hard work. And I don't think he should have the right to do that, but it's happening. Then I was looking at the number of executive orders he did in the first week. So this is as of January 28th. Day one, he signed the executive order. On January 6th, TikTok and immigration. He included memorandums, proclamations, and executive orders. Yeah, they listen to us to get our vote, and then they do what the fuck they want. That's what the problem is. Everybody talks us out of our panties for our vote, and then they pull the rubber off, and we're all left pregnant with a baby that they won't even put in child support on. And now we have an STD on top of it. That might have been very graphic. I'm sorry. So here are the things that he's done so far. Here are the executive orders that he put forward between January 20th and 27th. Now, I have a friend, a colleague in Washington in the government, and before the inauguration on the 20th, I get a call and they're like, oh girl, we got to shore up. We got to get things in order. We got to help as many people as we can before 12/31/2025, because there's doomsday stuff happening on that day. And just being in her branch of government, she knew that on his first day, he was going to do like 100 things. He was trying to do like 100 orders on his very first day. He got to 37 in the first 7 days. But she was telling me all of the orders that were going to be coming down before he even got in office. They already knew what he was about to do. And this is some of it. So he unleashed American energy. So he canceled the contradictory past executive orders immediately. They must act within 30 days. He's saying he's giving us a true consumer choice by removing regulations that favor electric vehicles, as well as safeguarding the freedom to choose among household appliances. He's criticized efficiency requirements, and he wants to immediately reverse the number of Biden-era environmental orders that call for freeze and disbursement of allocated funds that do that. Okay. He declared a national emergency. He declared a national emergency for energy. Now, one of the things my colleague told me for one of the doomsday things, it is a doomsday emergency thing. Let me see. Is this my notebook? I had some notes on it. And I'm only sharing this with you guys, my curvies. There's only 8 of you in here, so nobody will find out everything. Let me see. Where's my notes? Because I was like, no fucking way. Let me see. First Wednesday, nope. Let me look. Conference, nope. Nope. Because I had taken some fucking notes. The doomsday. Because there's going to be an energy doomsday, a money doomsday, a tax doomsday. Let's see. Is this not the right note, though? Let's see. Oh, here we are. Okay, yep. So on the 16th of January, I get a call from my friend in Washington, D.C., who works with the feds. And the inauguration didn't happen until the 20th, right? So on the 16th, I took like 2 pages of notes from my friend who says that, let's see, there was going to be hiring freezes, that he was going to demand 5-day work weeks. He wasn't going to let telecommuting happen. There was an economic disaster, and I needed to keep in mind the 12/31/2025 doomsday expirations. So 45 increased allowances for the head of household in 2020 from 9,000 to 18,000, and that happened for the past 8 years, right? That expires on 12/31/2025, which that means is that credit behind the scenes for head of households is going to be reduced by 50%. That's going to increase your portion of what you owe by 50% because you won't have that deduction. And it expires and reduces by 50% simultaneously on the 31st of December 2025. Taxes increase, okay? Yes. So that's part of the doomsday. And Doomsday B was the exploration of the 1970s agreement with Saudi Arabia oil. And that ended in 2023 because Biden had broke some agreement that made the USA control oil, even in other countries where we were supposed to be able to use other people's reserves. And so that was going to cause an energy war. And that also has to do with the 31st. But you can see right here, he's already getting at it right here with his energy emergency, right? So the order says the unusual and extraordinary threat on the U.S. direct agencies to identify emergency authorities, expansions. Agencies have 30 days to comply. But that's huge. So that's going to get economically worse. So if the energy costs go up, that's another thing that's going to get economically worse for us. So those are 3 things I just told you guys about that we need to shore up, right? 3 doomsday things right there. Plus Obamacare expires on 12/31/2025. So all of this shit that they're doing with Medicare, Obamacare, Medicaid, all of that stuff, trying to take it away. That's another ticking time bomb waiting to happen. So we need to be in the right position personally for what's about to happen. And within 45 days, he's already making things crazy, right? Yeah. It's urgent. There's urgency happening, okay? Putting America first in international environment agreements. Trump is withdrawing the U.S. from the Paris Climate Accord and Biden administration's climate finance plan. He unleashed Alaska's extraordinary resource potential. So basically, states currently have things where you can't like drill and drain, right? And you can't frack and all that stuff. Well, he's unleashing the resource potential, which means you can now go and frack and you can now go and drill and drain, okay, to get the natural gas reserves. Fracking is how you get natural gas reserves, okay? ending the weaponization of the federal government. This order seeks to hold the previous administration accountable for the weaponization of the federal government. Trump directs agency heads to review previous criminal enforcement, civil enforcement, and intelligence conduct that appears to be politically motivated. He needs to be in doing that to himself, because everything he's doing is politically motivated and a weaponization. But he's only looking at what the Democrats did, who helped him get in there. Restoring accountability of the policy influencing positions within the federal workforce. Okay, so that's going to reclassify career federal employees into a new category of political appointees. This reclassification removes their civil service protections, which insulated them from political pressures, and now they can be fired at will. So before, you had, that's why everybody wanted a job with the government. You couldn't get fired. There was a lot of protections. There was a lot of hoops you had to go through to get fired. And he took away all that shit and reclassified them. My same colleague that I was just telling you, told us about the 1231 doomsday stuff, also was telling me that this reclassification makes it so that if you're an employee, you know how you get your performance review. And usually, like, you could have an unsatisfactory, a satisfactory, a needs to work on it, an average, and an excellent, right? Those are just examples. I don't really know. I'm not in the federal government. But usually it's a scale. And typically, at most companies, if you have a performance review that's subpar, then there are actions that you can take to correct within a certain amount of time so that you can become above par and then move forward and still have your job. Well, he reclassed everything, and they are currently having people that never worked with other people, because hella people left, right? And he fired hella people and fired many of the heads left also. So there's not that handoff in management where the old manager can train the new manager or give them a heads up on what the real goings on are, right? So these people are in here blind, and they're doing employee performance reviews on employees they've never met. And if you don't get an excellent, then you're immediately fireable and become an at-will employee. If you're excellent, then you're not at will. If you're below excellent and below, then you become an at-will employee in the feds. And that's never been, right? Plus, he did this deferred resignation thing where you can defer your resignation to September 30th, 2025, not come into the office from March through September, but still have all of your benefits and get your normal pay, but you don't have to work. You still have to turn in timesheets and stuff, but you don't have to work. No way, where'd you go? Everything okay? How'd you get this?
Oh, I had it.
You did?
Just
Husband, tell the people hello.
What's up, peoples?
Yeah, so I'm in here telling them about the politics, and Corey came in and she was mad at me, Daddy. And she said I was doing misinformation and disinformation, and she couldn't be over here, and she couldn't with me. And then another lady was like, yeah, I can't. I have to go. And I was like, kick rocks in. Because they're making me the problem that their old girl Kamala only washed Harry bathtub greens and didn't have a platform. And I'm like, I'm not your fucking problem. Kamala was the fucking problem. And they're like, oh, I can't believe what I'm hearing.
You know, the truth hurts when you're last.
And that's why everybody hates Dr. Heavenly, because the truth fucking hurts. Kiss me again, husband. I love you.
Don't let him get you down.
Okay. See, Daddy says, don't let you guys get me down. See? And I've been calling him Daddy since before I met Heavenly. So don't think it's because of her. I actually call him Daddy because when you have kids and you call your husband by their name, they'll bust out a Michael instead of calling him Daddy. Right? And if he calls me Leah too many times, then all of a sudden, instead of Mom, I'm Leah. So I call him Daddy. And they call him Daddy too. So that was the thing. Yeah. And it got really confusing when Daddy Curves was still alive. We'd be at freaking family events because I called my real biological daddy too. I'd be like, oh, Daddy, how da. And so I'd be calling my husband Daddy, and they both turn around. He's like, Leah, you got to discern which daddy you're talking to in these family events, because they would both be like, huh? Yeah. Okay. So this removes their protections and that insulated them. And think about all these people working for all this time with the federal government only to have all of these protections pulled out from them. He's creating a hostile, stressed out work environment. If I was them, I would try to go out on stress leave first and get my money from the freaking workers' comp for creating a hostile, stressful work environment and then get my pay. Okay? I would try to do something like that. Holding former government, look, he doesn't want to get held accountable for shit, but he wants to hold former government officials for interference and disclosure of sensitive government information. This is from the same man that had banker boxes full of high key classified intelligence information in bankers boxes at Mar-a-Lago. This is the same man who said they were doing a witch hunt because he broke the law and incited a freaking treasonous riot. And then said that it was a witch hunt when the people came knocking on his door. But now, so the same people that came after him and they wasn't doing nothing right and they were picking on him, now he's going to go and get his payback. Okay. He's so petty. I swear he must have a micropene. This is some petty, where's my penis type behavior. Listen, he revoked the security clearances of dozens of intelligence officials who signed the 2010 letter discrediting a report about Hunter Biden. The same Hunter Biden who is pardoned. So it really doesn't fucking matter, right? Because if Hunter's pardoned, then whoever signed anything off on his ass should really be left the fuck alone at this point. And I don't agree with Hunter being pardoned, by the way. I don't agree with Jill being pardoned. I don't agree with Dr. Fauci being pardoned. I don't agree with these fucking pardons. Because that tells me that you guys know you did some shit that we don't even know about that you need to even be pardoned for. This order also revoked the security clearance specifically for John Bolton, Trump's former national security advisor who published a memoir about his time in the White House. You see how petty boots this shit is? He may as well be a fucking housewife on one of these shows. He's so fucking petty. He may as well be one of the housewives on Real Housewives of Salt Lake City at this point. And part of the Whitney, Heather and Lisa Barlow of it all. Just petty. Okay, he wants to reform the hiring process and restore merit to government service. This order is aimed at, hey Milo, this order is aimed at increasing the overall efficiency of selecting and recruiting government employees, agencies, and directed to enact, to process, to prioritize candidates committed to government efficiency and the ideals of our American Republic, the ideals, without consideration of sex. So as long as you're a white supremacist, he wants you in there. And you have 120 days to get that shit together. He wants to end radical, wasteful use of DEI programs, the same DEI programs that were needed because you guys wouldn't hire anybody but mediocre white men who couldn't get the job done. And then you had to hire black people. We're excellent. And that's how you even got the NASA space program off the ground, because your white mediocreness couldn't handle it. And so you had to get some black NASA sisters in there to help even get that shit off the ground thanks to DEI. But no, we don't need that shit no more. We got it from here. Again, look around wherever you are. If you're in the car, think a black person. If you're in your house, think a black person. Take a look around and thank a black person's ingenuity for making your life and your day easier, because we're fucking geniuses and brilliant, and our ingenuity, our innovations, and our inventions are still used to this fucking day. But we don't need DEI. Okay. Defending women. Oh my gosh. We need to defend women from gender ideology, extremism, restoring biological truth to the federal government. Oh my gosh. So this order recognizes two sexes, male and female, and mandates the federal work government to assert biological distinctions between men and women and refer to them by their sex instead of by their gender identity. It further prohibits the use of funds that promote gender identity. Yeah, he's definitely First Lady Trump. I mean, we need to get him several Tampax because he's on his flow. He is PMSing hard. Okay. This one is establish the implement of the President's Department of Government Efficiency. Okay, so this is where Elon Musk comes in. The Doge service. So the executive order renames and reorganizes the U.S. Digital Service, a decade-old office that recruits private sector talent to work on projects that improve outdated and inefficient government technology and designs. The new U.S. Department of Government Efficiency appears to serve a similar function within the USDS. There will be a brand new temporary organization that aligns with Trump-backed mission and led by the billionaire Elon Musk to cut government spending. Okay, so we're going to go from there immediately to here. Because look at how backwoods shit this is. I mean, fuck your cousin much, okay? Because he's having an office to cut down on expenses, right? And he puts a billionaire in charge with his ugly cyber trucks that don't start and don't handle and heels and stuff. And he wants to cut waste, but then he's paying a billionaire $8 million a day, you guys, to figure out why Congress said we could spend the money the way we need to. I'm telling you, do you fuck your cousin much? Because this is some inbred thought thinking processes right here. We need to find out where we're wasting money while we waste $8 million a day on some bullshit. Look, I'm not with cousin fucking.
Donald Trump's unelected co-president Elon Musk has control over virtually every part of our government as head of the
Can you guys hear that okay?
Department of Government Efficiency, which is not a department. And, crucially, he can hide everything he is doing from the American public. You see, because Trump has designated his department initiative as presidential records, which is not what departments are, which means he now is able to skirt open records laws, according to the New York Times. And as Elon Musk moves to dismantle programs that serve seniors, school children, working families, not to mention like desperately poor folks across the world, or like literally just today, illegally revoking $80 million appropriated in New York City from FEMA for migrants by just straight up, get this, taking it out of the city's bank account somehow?
No.
And doing this, Musk is, while he is profiting from his own government contracts. As congressional Democrats pointed out today in the very first ever Doge oversight hearing.
Go.
I'll ask you, Mr. Talco, do you know how much money a day Mr. Musk will receive from the federal government for his contracts? No. The answer is $8 million a day. Ms. Royal, do you know how much the average person in this country who survives on Social Security, one of our seniors who's worked their entire life, about how much they have to survive on a day?
I do not.
$65 a day. We're not looking into Elon Musk's $8 million a day. This subcommittee, chaired by Marjorie Taylor Greene and the House Republicans, is looking into your grandmother's $65 a day.
Alex Wagner, host of Alex Wagner Tonight, is digging into all of the attacks on federal workers.
What do you guys think about that? So do you think it's worth $8 million a day to figure out why a grandma is getting $65 a day? I don't. That's bad math. That's fuck your cousin math. That's Heather Gay's inbred chin math. That's an inbred thought process. That shows mental deficiency. That shows intellectual dishonesty. That shows pure D crazy. So you spend $8 million to see how you're wasting money. You're going to spend $8 million a day to see how you're wasting money. And you don't think that's a waste? How much is that a minute? Let's see. I'm going to ask the phone. If I get paid $8 million a day, how much is that per minute? My hourly pay would be $333,333.33. Oh no, the pay per minute is $5,555.56. Okay, because step one was divide the pay by 24 hours. And then step two is calculate that by per minute. So yeah, that comes up to, he's getting paid $5,555.56 per minute to see how Americans waste money. Because he's an apartheid baby. He's not even a fucking citizen as far as I'm concerned. He's an apartheid baby. And if you are a literal apartheid baby, then even if you bought your citizenship here, you're still not like us. $555 per minute. I mean, $5,555 per minute. Per minute!
Programs on a great new podcast, Trump Plan, with Alex Wagner, and she joins me now. I've been loving the podcast, by the way. It's been fantastic. And one of the things here is just the crazy inversion of secrecy. Like, his whole thing is transparent. We're telling you, no one knows anything they're doing, and you've been talking to people on the other end who they don't know what's happening until.
Well, it's like the free speech thing, right?
Yes.
Until it's not about free speech; it's about turning Twitter into a cesspool for right-wing paranoia. Yeah. I will say this: I was outside the Treasury building last week, and the Musk thing, I think, is a real problem for Trump. He is not Donald Trump, and as we know, the Trump glow does not extend to anyone else in his orbit. And Musk is a very easy, I'm not going to say target because I think it's earned. He's a very easy narrative for Democrats, right? Unelected, the Tesla guy is tinkering around with payrolls. He's firing government employees. He's not doing it. It's wanton cruelty. This guy isn't elected. He's giving statements from the Oval Office. Who is this guy? And if I saw the protest in front of the Treasury building, and it was the first time, as one of the attendees told me, it felt not like a protest, but a rally for the left. It felt like, okay, we have figured out who the enemy is here. This is different. This is a new narrative, and we can work with this, because all of this is nothing the American public bargained for.
That is so well said. I mean, one of the things that's so wild, too, is that there was a statutorily enshrined set of officials with the job of identifying waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yes.
The Inspector Generals. We have a chart that shows the fired IGs, the ones that he fired illegally without the requisite notice, identified $183.5 billion in waste, fraud, and abuse.
Yes.
And you interviewed some of these inspectors general.
Yeah, I interviewed one of whom. I think we have a little bit of a clip from him if we have time to play it. Can we play it? Let's play it. Do you have a theory about why you were fired?
I don't have a theory. Nobody's given me a reason. But you could speculate it's because of our independence, that the administration doesn't want to have inspector generals who by statute are independent.
I mean, the point of these guys...
That's the VA, the largest healthcare provider in the country.
Yes, at the VA, right? That's what he does. And these guys are also all lawyers, right? They are not going quietly into this good night. Today, Michael Missel, who's the man I interviewed in there, he's part of a group of inspectors general.
Hey, Chanel.
There's a very clear protocol about how you fire an inspector general, and Trump and his allies did not follow it.
In fact, Lindsey Graham said it was technically illegal.
It is absolutely illegal, and it flies in the face of everything Trump and Musk say they're doing, which is to curb waste, fraud, and abuse.
One of the things that comes across in that Metzal interview and in a bunch of the reporting you're doing, which I think has been like incredibly helpful in the texture of this, is because it's lack transparency and this weird sort of I'm the king feeling to Musk.
Do your sheets have these?
So you guys, AAE is putting it down in the chat. Check out her comments. She's so smart. I love her. I love brilliant women.
Downstream of it, it has this like Kafka-esque, almost you're in a totalitarian universe and no one communicates anything. And all of a sudden you lost your job or whatever and you have no idea what's going on. And there's this one employee you talk to at the Department of Education, right?
Yes.
Tell me what happened to this employee.
So 5 years ago, during the Trump administration, there was a mandated DEI training.
Okay, wait, let's just slow it down.
So just like
during the Trump administration, because he was president before.
Betsy DeVos was the Secretary of Education. She was a big booster. You can find clips of her boosting this program. It was a training about DEIA actually, diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. And a bunch of Department of Education employees followed the script, took the training. You know, some of them were go-getters, ambitious. They didn't want to, you know, if it was suggested, enhancement for their job training, they did it. And now, because the Doge purge is so haphazard and wanton, they're finding the people to fire basically by looking at search terms, keywords. Did you go through a DEI training? You will be fired. It doesn't matter that the people who went to the DEI training did it while Donald Trump was president.
And so you talked to someone.
Yes. So I talked to someone. Let's just play the audio.
My daily job is not working in DEIA, so I was wondering what was going on and could it be related to that? And my supervisor dug deeper into it and found out that it was related to that due to a 2-day training course that I took relative to DEIA.
He took the training
course. Training course 5 years ago when Betsy DeVos was secretary and Trump was president.
Doesn't work on DEI stuff now, but has been put on administrative leave. No idea whether he's ever going to return back to work because he did what he was told to do under the Trump administration. I mean, it is Orwell. It is Kafka. It makes no sense at all. And I asked Chris Rufo, who's one of the architects of this, on the podcast. And he said, well, I don't know about these individual cases. It's like Elon Musk being asked about the condoms in Gaza, right? Yeah. They will never admit fault. They would never admit that the sort of vetting process here is non-existent and that very serious mistakes are being made.
Well, and I also think that I would say that one interpretation of what they're doing, the most cynical, and one that I think is persuasive in some ways, is they want to eliminate non-white people from positions. They want to eliminate women from prominent positions. Like, it's not just they want to get rid of this program, but they actually want to, like, get rid of people that aren't.
But some of them aren't men. Some of them are men. Some of them are white. Some of them are veterans. Right. It is all the things. Right. It is both
ideologically malicious and haphazard and sloppy.
And completely sloppy and basically stupid.
Alex Wagner, it was so good to have you here. Seriously, you've been doing phenomenal reporting.
Thank you, my friend.
I've been listening to the podcast.
So we just listened to the $8 million a day. It breaks down to $5,555 per minute. I want that kind of money, God. You hear that, God? And it's all possible. Ooh, there is a place that I can make $8 million a day, $5,555 per minute, and I receive it, God. I receive it. Okay? So that was a segue from his list of what he's done, because that was, so Doge is literally the Department of Government Efficiency, and they think it's super efficient to spend $5,000 a minute to have an apartheid baby run amok. And I feel like, honestly, all they're doing is getting rid of all the people that know what to do with the money so that they can have all the money in one place so that they can steal it. So they can steal it like they did last time. I feel like a lot of stealing goes on while people are presidents and a lot of misappropriating the funds. The Bidens left with $27 million extra dollars somehow. Kamala's has $20 million missing somehow. When old 45 left, there was hella money missing. Remember? They didn't know where the money was. And what better way to be like, oh, let's look for all the money that was missing when I was there, except for you put the person in and then you guys get access to more money. It's crazy. Oh, we need to restore names that honor Americans' greatness. the Gulf of Mexico. The Gulf, it needs to be the Gulf of America. And the Alaska's Denali Mountain needs to be named Mount McKinley after the former President McKinley. And also appointed members of the U.S. Board of Geographic Names will be sympathetic. And they have 30 days to rename the whole Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Fool, it's called the Gulf of Mexico because America used to be Mexico and it was indigenous lands. Hello? So he just needs to rewrite everything and make it as white nationalist as possible. That's what's fucking happening here. He just wants white scrotum sacks everywhere, white jizz everywhere, white. Restoring the freedom of speech. Oh my God. Really? He asserts the federal government's commitment to the First Amendment right to freedom of speech and bars federal employees from interfering with that right. But if they took DEI, then they get fired. But that was free speech to say, I can say DEI, but if I participate, then I'm fired. That's crazy. America First policy directive to the Secretary of State, foreign policy, agents, policy programs, and personnel operations directive cites the need for championing the interests of American citizens. Well, our milk is still $7 and the eggs, it was 60 eggs the other day in the store for $37 fucking dollars. And he's worried about renaming it the Gulf of America, the Gulf of America. Okay. Reevaluating foreign aid, withdrawing the United States from the World Health Organization because he looked like a fool at how he handled it. So now he's mad at them because he told everybody to drink Clorox, I guess. Right? So we have to deal with his stupidity some more. Clarifying the military's role in protecting the territorial integrity of the United States. Interesting. Realigning the United States refugee program. Protecting the meaning of the value of American citizenship. Oh my God. Listen to this. So everybody knows that Black people are only citizens because of the 14th Amendment, because since we were stolen and absconded away with allegedly to these lands, we weren't technically citizens. And so then they made birthright citizenship, I guess, to the leftover slave babies or something like that. So this order denies citizenship to certain people whose children were born not citizens or unlawful. President Trump asserts that these children are not part of the U.S. jurisdiction and therefore cannot be covered by the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which guarantees citizenship to all persons naturalized in the United States. So a lot of people feel like he's going to somehow be coming after Black people with this, because Google it. The 14th Amendment helped Black people become citizens, but it also does the birther thing. Securing our borders, restoring death penalty, protecting people against invasion, designating cartels and other organizations as federal terrorists, protect the United States from applying federal controlled applications, TikTok. Okay, the executive order seeks to hit a pause of 75 days on the law banning TikTok. Now, you guys, think about the craziness of this. The orange dude is the one who wanted to ban TikTok while he was in office. He's the one that got the ball rolling. Now it came time to ban that shit, and he's back in office talking about, oh, I don't want to ban it anymore. He's the one that got the ball rolling. Talk about inefficiency. So you're just doing shit on Tuesday that I'm doing next Tuesday. That's a waste of time and money and effort, sir. You are not the person for the job. But because the Democrats didn't let us have an entire democratic process, this is what we fucking get. Okay, so the law bans TikToks and it provides liability shield to any business partners of the video app. The text of the order said that this will give Trump administration time to pursue a resolution that protects national security while saving the platform used by 170 million Americans. TikTok, if you're listening, do not sell your algorithm. Don't let this orange man bully you. I don't care if I was making $3 a month on TikTok. You do not sell to him. I would rather not use it than you guys cave in to this bully tactic about him trying to steal your intellectual property and get to your freaking algorithm. Fuck him. He tells you have to go, and now he's just toying with you guys. I would not deal with that. I would take all of my toys and leave. You didn't want us here? Oh, too late. I'm going to have to figure something out. But it is back in my app store, I think. Let me check real quick, because I was one of the people that as soon as it was gone, I was like, ooh, let me get this space on my phone. And I deleted that and CapCut when I found out they were together. Let's see. So if I say open in TikTok, nope, I'm on my Apple iPhone 11 and I still get a 404. If I go to install, let me see. Oh, it's saying I can get it. Okay, let's see. It's spinning a lot. Let's see. I got it back on my Android over the weekend, but I haven't tried to get it on my iPhone. The initial rescission of harmful executive order actions. Okay, so this order rescinds 78 executive orders signed by Joe Biden, including several health regulations. It also revoked the order promoting voter registration, and a census order could clear a path for reshaping election maps. That's very Project 2025, but it's also very Project Agenda 47. I'm telling you, they were very sympathetic to each other. Okay, 45's agenda and Project 2025. Designation of Ansar-Ullah as a terrorist. What? Transitional organizations. Ansar, also known as Houthis, a foreign citing previous attacks. I don't know. Removing barriers to American leadership in artificial intelligence. He rescinded President Biden's executive order on AI to further promote AI. Declassification of records concerning the assassinations of JFK, Robert Kennedy, and MLK. Strengthen America's leadership, enforcing a Hyde Amendment. What's this? Which prohibits the use of federal dollars to cover abortions. Okay. Emergency measures to provide water resource in California to improve disaster response. This order directs secretaries of various agencies to report back within 15 days to ensure adequate water resources in Southern California. It orders the department to deliver more water to produce additional hydropower. They have 15 days. Council to assess. And isn't it interesting that he did this on January 24th? When was the fire in California? When was that fire? Let's Google it. Because I don't know. Could this have been planned? When were the Pacific Palisades fires started? Oh, that was on January 7th. It burned 23,000 acres. Okay. Council to access a federal emergency managing agency. The order says that there are serious concerns of political bias in the agency, and the secretary needs to report an assessment of adequacy and the agency's disaster response during the Biden years. The Iron Dome seeks to deploy next generation missile defense shield to defend the United States against aerial attacks. Oh, so we're going to finally get what Palestine and Gaza have, where Israel is, so we can have an Iron Dome too, like in Wakanda, and we'll be able to like ward off anybody who's going to whoop our ass for restoring America's fighting force, prioritizing America's excellence and readiness for the military, reinstating service members discharged under the COVID-19 Act. So those are just some of the things that he did. Let's get to some of these comments. Let's look at this fiasco. Freaking apartheid, baby. This is such a shit show. Did you hear the little kid tell 45 he's not the president and he shouldn't be there?
With the best rates in the Tahoe Basin, learning to ride.
Did you guys hear him when he said that? Such a colonizer thing to do. Denali is the original Afghanistan name since, yep, it means high one. But let's call it some white prospector. And you guys know he's on ketamine, right? So he's like on drugs for something about his Asperger's allegedly. And he's always talking about being on Special K. It's a drug that the club kids used to use to feel like you're spun 1,000 times in a circle on stilts and then fall to your knees. That's pretty much, I did some Special K one time. It did not feel special and it wasn't okay. And I never did that shit again. I did not like that feeling. I don't like a spinny feeling. I don't like to feel so, I felt like I was hovering above myself the whole time. It was not a great high for me. Didn't try it again. But a lot of people love a K-hole. A lot of people love a K-hole, and allegedly so does this dude.
I am detractors? I don't believe it.
Say that you're hostile takeover of government and doing it in a non-transparent way. What's your response to that criticism?
Well, first of all, you couldn't ask for a stronger mandate from the public. The people voted for major government reform, and that's what people are going to get. They're going to get what they voted for.
There is a conflict of interest when it comes to you yourself. For instance, you've received billions of dollars in federal contracts. When it comes to the Pentagon, for instance, which the president I know has directed you to look into.
Yes.
Are you policing yourself in that? Is there any sort of accountability check and balance in place that would provide any transparency for the American people?
Well, all of our actions are fully public. So if you see anything, you say like, wait a second, hey, that seems like maybe that's, there's a conflict there. It's not like people are going to be shy about saying that. They'll say it immediately.
Yourself.
Yes. But transparency is what builds trust, not simply somebody asserting trust. So not somebody saying they're trustworthy, but transparency, so you can see everything that's going on. And then you can see, am I doing something that benefits one of my companies or not? It's totally obvious.
Okay, so yeah, that's some weird shit. Republicans have wanted to destruct the government anyway. Yeah, they're calling it an acceleration. Basically, they want to tear everything down and rebuild it in a white image. DEI is a scapegoat. Exactly. The TT thing is about ownership. Yep, they already did. The algorithm changed on TT after the shutdown. They've been warning to block FB and Meta on TikTok. Literally, they're trying to control every area of our lives. He made himself the chairman of the Kennedy Center. Yeah, like that's crazy. Like, didn't they already have a fucking chairman? Or is that part of the White House somehow? And doesn't he have enough to worry about? But it was too wokey. He said it was too wokey. It was too wokey at the Kennedy Center. They had too many people singing about, I heard it through the grapevine. How much longer will you be mine? Whoa, whoa. Remember that time the California Raisins went to the Kennedy Center? I'm that old. Trump and Musk are behind the fires. I believe it. The fires all started simultaneously. They've started in places so that he could create chaos in the state because he hates Gavin Newsom. He hates that he's not as cute and that his hands are smaller than Gavin Newsom's. And then Gavin Newsom knows what the fuck he's doing. He hates it. He hates it. He hates it. It's not enough that he talked one of his sons into marrying Gavin Newsom's old pussy, but he did. And now he wants everything Gavin has access to. He wants it. He wants it. He wants the purse strings of California specifically. Okay. And yeah, if you take your first letters of the three men who unalived, yep, KKK. Yes, no such thing as a coincidence. Exactly. They have their hands in everything, even Gaza. He wants to build freaking resorts in Gaza. It's against the fucking law. You can't, that is, you're occupying territory. How would Jesus feel? Did you guys know that Jesus was a Palestinian, basically? The whole region where they're fighting about is where Jesus was born. And Jesus was killed by the Jews. He was killed by the Jews. Read the fucking Bible. And now they're coming back, fucking with Jesus's offspring. While simultaneously mad anytime somebody says that the Jews killed Jesus. They're going to try to make the Bible, mark my fucking words, they're going to try to make the Bible one of these anti-Semitic books. Watch. Yeah, he was speaking like for his colonizer father. The colonizer father must have told him, oh, daddy's the president. The orange man isn't the president. Don't be scared. He told the guy to shut the fuck up. That person is truly demonic. Oh, okay, I'm going to drop, Mel, you finally got here. I'm copying this link again. I said I was going to go live for you this week. You said you wanted a panel. I gave you a panel. Everybody look at the back of the comments, Mel. Oh, look, I can't even see that far back anymore. Wait. Where is it? Can I still see? I'm going back to the beginning, Mel, because the people remembered you asked for this. They remembered you asked for it. Where'd it go? What is this? Oh, here it is. Look, at 7:47, they was like, "Where's Mel? Here's Mel."
Happy Sunday. Listen, I am super late.
It's okay. I was like, well, maybe he doesn't have his bell rung. And if you don't, then make sure it's rung for next time. Because I did this just for you, Mel. I've been up here getting my ass chewed out by people who were supposed to be my Curvies, who were making me the problem because their girl lost. And so I've been up here holding down the fort, hoping that you would come up and give your thoughts on this political freaking landscape that we're in right now. What are your thoughts, Mel?
Well, first off, that's what I was yeah, Mr. Excuse me. Oh my God. I sort of that you alive and say, oh my gosh, on Sunday or the weekends, Curves, I'll be trying to get the laundry done. Excuse me, I'll be trying to prepare everything for the week. And
I know. I figured that's part of why I did it at 7:30. I was like, okay, 7:30 my time is 11:30 his time.
And I was
or something like that. I was thinking, or 10:30, I guess your time.
I was running around. But you know what? I think this is what I think. I think that this election that we had last year, I think the sad part about it is that people thought this was just a regular election. They truly thought that that there was not going to be long lasting. Excuse me. There was going to be long-lasting consequences to this election. They really thought it was just going to be run the mill, that they could just stay home, and that it was just going to be, the same thing. And I think for me, I voted for Kamala Harris. I did. I voted for her. The thing that was exciting about this election, even when it went the other way, was that for so many years, you know, and you know this too, so many years, the Trump people like Trump or whatever, they had issues with Obama. Okay, they had issues with Biden. They had issues with Kamala Harris, not based on the fact that she was qualified, but just had issues because she was a woman of color. They had so many issues with these people, and they complained for 15 years. So now that this, in my opinion, this maniac is in office, it's really, I've been activated. I've been so activated to join different political groups. I've been activated to write different things, to participate in different things. So it's been, I'm not sure if it's going to be my time for complaining. It's going to be my time to be activated, because I don't understand why, you know, our community, we've been taught from our relatives, you know, to be a good citizen, to not make waves, to play by the rules. And
Right.
in my family, I'm sure your family too, we've been in this country. My family has been in this country for over hundreds and hundreds of years.
Yeah.
And we were not here because we wanted to. We were brought here through that horrific time in our history. So out of survival, we were taught to play by the rules. So now from 2024, 2025, we see people are taking office, the most sacred part of our country, who don't play by any rules. And everything they do is a contradict. It's totally, it slaps in the face what they do. So this thing where Elon, both of them, they are like wanting to cut the education to the children in our community. They want to cut all these different things. They feel that the IRS is a scam artist of life. But yet, I would ask a question to Elon and to Trump: if you feel that way about the IRS, then would you make a pledge to the American people that you will not use one dime of the IRS money on any contracts or any other things to do with your business? I think they would say no to that.
Right.
I feel like they want to take the IRS in this money. They want to vilify the IRS, say, oh my gosh, the IRS is destroying all of you American people. But yet the money that we paid to the IRS is sitting there, and they are holding it hostage. And Elon, I guess in one of those reports came out, he just got 300 million or 400 million recently or whatever of taxpayers' money. So
to make Tesla trucks. Have you guys seen how those things handle? They don't even do great handling.
Right.
They're so ugly and obscure. And he was going to get awarded that money to militarize them, and they were going to be like the new military fleet, and it was going to go out to the whole thing. But I heard they thwarted that. Like they put a stop to that, I heard. But we did just see how he gets paid $8 million a day, Mel. $5,555 per minute to be in charge of Doge.
Okay. And that's taxpayers' money. Taxpayer money. So this is a problem I have. Now, if you're already independently wealthy, which he is, you worth billions and trillions of dollars, if he wanted to work in the government, I don't think he should be there. But it should not be a paid position. The taxpayer people do not need to pay this thing. If you feel the IRS is such a scam, then why are you using taxpayers' money? You see, what I feel is going to happen is they're going to totally drain the government of all this money. Not mind you, not the problems. Okay, we want to wrap that into a circle, into a red circle. They will leave the problems for the Democrat, whoever's in office after. This has been a pattern,
right?
The Republicans since I've been alive. A Democrat comes in, we have wonderful times. Then when they leave, they hand it over to a Republican, Bush, or to Biden. Obama handed over to who did he hand over to? Trump. Right, and then the Republicans, whoever it is, they mess up the country, then hand it back over. It's almost like having luggage or something. I remember it was a wonderful episode of Martin. It was a very funny episode of Martin where Martin had borrowed some luggage from Tommy, and Tommy said, "Well, I got the luggage. I gave it to you. It was perfect and beautiful. You gave it back to me. It was all torn up. It was messed up." That's what these people do. This is what they do all the time. So I feel like they're going to drain the country of all the money. They're not going to fix any problems. Then they're going to give it over to somebody else. And then we're going to have to build up these programs again for the children. We're going to have to help the disabled. We're going to have to do so many different things that these people are not doing. All they're doing is draining the money from the country, our money.
Right. I agree. I feel like they're getting all the money. They're taking away the checks and balances for how the money's supposed to be used. And then they're going to get all the money in one place so that they can steal it all. That's all they want is access to the money. They and Sweet Tea from Married to Medicine are the same. They want access to money. That's
I
what's
want
going on.
to talk to you about sweet tea, but that's another show. But I miss you. I miss you talking to you about.
I
these
miss you
things.
too, and I'm so glad that you came. I promised you, and I'm so glad you're here. AAE, is that you with the private?
Hey, Voice Twin, how are you? Happy Sunday.
Hey, happy Sunday. What are your thoughts?
I guess I am in the minority. I want this to go on. I do. I want the savings. I want Doge. I want I do want the undocumented, how they call themselves. I want everyone gone. I really do. I have my own very strong opinions. And
well, I would love if you tell us more about your strong opinions, because I have some too, and so far I've been getting ate out, not in a good way.
And you're in California, and
everybody else.
Hold up now.
Yeah, I'm not thinking like everybody else as far as, you know, what we have and how it's looking. I am interested to hear what both your thoughts are further. Let me go back to Mel real quick though, Voice Twin, because I literally did this for him, and I don't know if he was complete on his thoughts about, you know, so I want him to get it out before I go on, because I really want to hear what he said.
No, I was laughing at you with your jokes just now. I'm laughing, but no, I'm ready to hear the other opinion. Absolutely, I'm going to put myself on mute for a little bit. I'm ready to hear everything, you know, and then I'll come back to the conversation.
Okay, awesome. AAE, go for it.
Well, Voice Twin, they're not assimilating. And I think you know what group I am referring to. They're not assimilating at all. And the data is here. The data is here. And if you are not an original American, that of course is Black America, White America, and the Native American Indians, you are a foreigner in a foreign land. That goes for everyone, everybody, everyone. We all know who the original Americans are. They don't have to prove who they are. We already know. If you have to question, that means you are not. Simple as that. An original American, where are you from? You are from your big mama's house. You're from your grandmother's house. You don't have a country. You come from a county somewhere in the United States. You trace your family's history to before the United States. I mean, we know the story. So when it comes to everyone else, yes, there has been, you know, from 1789 to the present, there have been millions of immigrants. And, you know, for the large part, everyone has assimilated. It's been the case. And in the 20th century, we had a new group coming in again, those from Eastern, Southern Europe coming in again. I mean, large part, they have assimilated. But there are certain groups, their focus is not assimilation. It's more so in line with colorism and racism. And long story short, it has not worked out for them at all. And we now have over 40 years of data, 40 solid years of data. And it is very clear who is assimilating, who is able to come in and move up, and who is not. And the groups, it's really one group who has not assimilated. 1/3 of this group is public charge. 1/3. And that's just one indicator. It's just not working out. It's not. I could go deeper, and I know I will maybe
go deeper, because I hear what you're saying, and I think I know what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying. You're in California. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
and on top of that, with you, and because you know, I've spoken to you and your family. I mean, Voice Twin, there have been significant changes over the past 25 years that has affected you and your family. And I'll just say right now, Long Beach looks very different, does it not? Hip hop looks very different, does it not?
It does. It does. But it also, I feel like that's part of it. But the other part that allows it to happen are the systems that are in place that allow our hard work to go wasted and others' work to be praised. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, so if the systems weren't already set up against us in a way where so part of the immigrant problem is that, and it's not a problem, but what they're trying to make it is that they needed replacements for the white people. And so they have people coming in that could check either box. You could be a person of color, but they're allowing people to check a white box. And then that makes their numbers look bigger. And that part of the immigration process, I really don't agree with. I believe in give us you're tired, you're hungry, you're poor. I mean, that's the whole shtick of America.
Come on
I
now.
don't have a problem
Right.
with that. Assimilation, I feel like that's a trigger word. Even as a Black woman, I've had to assimilate. I've had to code switch, and I'm never happy when I have to not be my whole self and I'm not accepted because I'm my whole self. Assimilation also, I feel like what you're saying is like, instead of come to America and make America where you came from, you need to come to America and assimilate to American ways. Is that what you're saying?
When I mean by assimilation, let me go into greater detail. When I mean regarding assimilation, education attainment. If you're an immigrant, you have to go to school. You have to. If you're an immigrant, you have to learn English. If you are an immigrant, I can understand coming in, I can respectfully, I do, and I pay a lot in taxes. And I have worked in California, and you live there, and those deductions are heavy. We pay a lot in taxes for those who are W-2 workers in California. If you are generation to generation public charge, you are not even paying taxes. You cannot be in this country for 30 years and you are not paying into internal revenue. They don't pay taxes, Voice Twin, at all. Paying sales tax is not paying taxes. Paying taxes.
Wait. Okay. So am I mistaken? So you can be an immigrant, you can come over here and get a W-2 paying job, but then they don't take no taxes from it? Is that what you're saying?
They're not. What I'm saying is that a lot of immigrants who come in, they're W-2, they're paying taxes. When you are not documented, you're working under the table. And I'm not just saying people who sneak in across the border. I'm talking those who are on non-immigrant visas. You're on student visa, you're whatever type of visa, and you don't even go to school. You're able to work under the table. A lot of them, they come in for the sole reason to do marriage fraud. I have personally seen this. I've been affected by this. I, of course, have not done it, but I've seen it happen to other women.
Yeah.
The level of abuse, the harassment. I mean, I'll just stick with income. You're coming in, you're working under the table. So you're not even on W-2. You're not going through E-Verify. So you're working, you're earning income, you're earning money, and you're not paying taxes. If you're
shouldn't those employers though be held responsible?
Of course they are. Of course they should be. But the fact of the matter is, at the end of the day, you're not paying into internal revenue.
Right.
You cannot stay in this country for 30, and so many people. I mean, I've gone on lives, Voice Twin. A women. Well, I've been here for 30 years. I've never paid taxes.
What?
Voice Twin.
That's not fair.
Voice Twin, you're in California. How can you are here 30 plus years? You are earning income, however, doing housekeeping, babysitting, whatever. You are not paying into internal revenue. No Black woman who has a cleaning business, who's also doing maybe daycare, she's paying taxes. Our black
Yeah, they were even coming for our Natural Crown Act. Remember all the black women who were doing hair, getting paid cash?
That's a whole
They,
different conversation. That made me very mad as well. But
yeah.
that you are here, you cannot be in this country. You are working. They have an entire underground economy where they are not paying taxes.
Like, so I have a, so this is, okay, so there's a couple of things. This is not really my thing. So what I'm thinking, I think Curbs, you was going down this road, and I think that we should, I want to go down this road.
Okay.
So if somebody comes here from, oh my gosh, from who knows, New Zealand, Russia,
New Zealand, Mel, please be honest. You know where they're coming from, New Zealand.
yeah, well,
You
no,
know
I'm just
exactly
saying.
where they're coming from.
Okay, I'm gonna circle in red. The immigrant comes here. Okay, now they're working. Now this is my issue. This is my issue. If you hear this American, okay, and you have an issue in your business, you have an issue in your business, and you decide you don't want to go to your local workforce, local whatever. Now you've gone to because there was somebody talking about this. You've gone to some place where you have hired, okay, somebody who is undocumented or whatever it is. I feel personally that there should be a lot more energy, a lot more heat for the American man or woman here who are practicing this thing, taking a shortcut or this kind of thing. That's what I think. That's what that's what I feel like. If people come here and they have no economy, no opportunity, because I think some workers were on television saying, yeah, I mean, I need somebody to help with my basement or to help with the whatever, this kind of stuff. I don't know, this whole world of little things that some cultures are or some people, just people in general, are very good at. And it's too expensive to go the legitimate way in my state, to go to wherever to get a person who's in workforce, whatever it is. So I find a person, out at Costco, wherever, and I hire these people. I hire this person and I pay them, as you said, under the table. I think the person who's looking for a shortcut as a business owner, they may need to vote differently at their local elections to see if they can get their taxes down for their business, whatever, because for whatever reason, they feel like it's too expensive to hire an American, whatever, and they go and do that way. American person, business owners, creating that opportunity that people complain about. These people make all this
Right,
money.
and I agree. That is kind of what I was saying.
And I want to add this too, not about this subject, but just in general, to both of you wonderful ladies. I feel like America has a lot of issues, and I was seeing this in conversations with my friends and people last year. And I was saying something bold, and it was hard for them to really grasp, get it. I was saying, listen, let me tell you this. I have never been fanatical. I've never been a fanatic for a Democrat person or any kind of politician. I've only been that way for my loved ones. When I go to vote on election day, I vote for the least offensive person on the ballot. These people are not my saviors in any kind of way, no matter who they are. So that's when I see the people on the other side, they get so fanatical about, oh my gosh, he's the best thing ever. I'm like, no politician should be that, first of all. And in this election, it was weird because there was not really any superstars. We had what we had, and the country voted the way it did.
We had mediocre and less mediocre.
Come on, that's what I'm talking about. Like, I don't hate Kamala Harris, but I voted for her. But did I wish that Marianne Williamson, who I've talked to and known, I mean, I don't know her recently, but I've gone to her workshops, stuff like that. She had some good points over the election. She said, well, we needed to have more options in the Democratic, situation this year. We needed more voices.
You missed it, Mel. Let me interject real quick. So you missed it. I started 2 hours ago for you. You missed the bell. Have your bell rung, people. Have your bell rung. You never know when it's going to happen. So I started off by acknowledging that, that whole scenario. So I started off by acknowledging just what you said. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that we needed. I mean, listen, we didn't have the option. I mean, it's over now, but it was what it was. And I think that there's a lot of issues in this country. And when I went to the ballot, I decided that who do I want to have a conversation with? Who is going to be the facilitator to continue the conversation? I don't believe in my heart and soul that all the issues that's happening in America, all the issues, race and my thing was the Black woman's health. That was always the thing I voted for, because in my family, We suffered.
Oh, that's so beautiful, Mel.
Well, I won't go into full detail, but I'll tell you this, Curves, and I'm being very serious. In my family, we were devastated in a horrific way a couple of years ago, and I won't go into detail. And we lost somebody who was everything because it was connected to her health. It wasn't that she was treated in an abominable way, but again, when you're a Black woman in this country and you're going in for just regular things, it should not turn into this thing where it turns horrific, whatever. And the Black women that I know, go ahead.
There was a lady. She had a cesarean 16 years ago. After she had the cesarean, she went back to the doctor. She's like, oh my God, where you guys stitch me up, it like really hurts. Like, I don't know what's going on. I feel horrible. She kept getting sick. She kept having mystery diseases. They decided it was autoimmune. They ignored. She said it hurts here. They never checked there. They finally checked there. Somebody had sewn a fucking feeding tube inside her cesarean incision. And it had caused, obviously, mass infection and other stuff because there was this piece of plastic sewn inside her, and they ignored her for 16 fucking years, Mel.
Right.
And she was a Black woman. So I hear what you're saying. Continue.
Yeah. So, and then thank you for that. And I think that for me, it's a whole conversation that may be too deep to go into. But when it touches your family and you have been in that way devastated to this day, devastated by, your goddess, one of your queens, the people that you love more than anything, going and treat it in a way that it has a devastating result. I'm very protective. So when I went to the ballot, I was like, okay, well, do I want to have these more conversations in my local government and also nationally with Elon Musk, or excuse me, the poster child, forgive me, the poster child for the Me Too movement, the people that women have been having nightmares about, or do I want to go in there with Ms. Kamala Harris? I do. Now, mind you, these weren't the most brilliant politicians, but that's why I went in there. There's other issues with taxes and immigration, all type of stuff. But again, I wanted it to sort of be tabled for a little bit while we found maybe different Republican options or Democratic options. But because he was a person who was having all these felonies, I don't believe any of the promises that this man makes ever. I don't believe that he's going to give people all these things. I mean, I just don't believe that. I feel like we have problems and that we need somebody who was sane to at least continue the conversation. I'm a person who believes America works when you have Democrat and Republican. I never voted for Republican, but I didn't have this issue when Bush was in office. I think that we should have both. Now, under him, what I'm hearing is he wants to clean out the government and put all red hats in all parts of the government. So whenever you go into your local city office or federal office or whatever office, you have to encounter a red hat. Why would that be? This country is Democratic and Republican. We needed to be down the middle.
Not to mention that we're a melting pot.
Come on.
Except that you're tired, you're poor, and you're hungry.
And so now if you're a judge or whoever is saying, well, I don't agree with this, I'm listening to the letter of the law. If you don't agree with him, then your job may be up for grabs. Now, also, as we were talking about earlier, when I grew up, I said yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am, to my local post office person. When we went to the DMV in New York City, we said yes, ma'am. We enjoyed the civil servant. We went there. We show respect. Now we're supposed to vilify these people who are not the power players behind the Democratic or Republican Party. They're just regular people out there working these jobs, doing the best they can for their little benefit. Why we have to vilify the people that's working there currently? Because we want to transition all that to red hats for the next 4 years. I don't believe this country should be just one thing. And that was what I was thinking about during this election, this election thing. So it doesn't matter what he does with the IRS or immigration, whatever. I feel like other politicians, could have also done good stuff too. But again, we didn't have the best options. So I wanted to deal with somebody who I felt was sane until they, to the other side found a better Republican or a better Democratic option. That's all it was about. So that was, but for me, the top of my bill was Black women health. So when I look at the Black conservative, my sisters, honey, in my own family and other places I've talked to, I was shocked because I was like, these men and the people you have the people that had whatever the people are, these confirmations they constantly having, they don't have a really high level of tolerance for my goddesses. They don't see them, and the way they treat Jasmine and other people, and sort of old posts and old Twitters.
Right.
things.
And the way they treat their own women too.
Right.
Like
but
they just use them for cum buckets. Like they're all mattresses. You know what I mean?
Listen, I won't use that language on Sunday, but I hear you, honey.
I'm sorry.
No, I love it. Go ahead. Listen, this is your channel. But you're right. You're absolutely right. That's what. So when it comes to a Black woman health, it was desperate for me. It was desperate. It was desperate for me to see. Okay, in these two options, who do I feel can at least, we can at least do something with, because I feel I'm nervous for my. Let me tell you this, and I'm gonna let everybody else talk. I'm definitely nervous for my nieces, for my cousins, and when they have a relationship and they find love, and God forbid these boards are changing and all the way they change things and all that. Oh, come on, Sebastian. I'm definitely nervous for my ladies and my family, and I probably. I'm not gonna say anything crazy on this thing, but if anybody messes with my family, and they have a bad time at the doctor, I will go crazy, because we lost somebody already. So this is my hot button issue, and I don't believe Black women's health is at the top of these people's agenda. I'm sorry, I don't give a damn about money and all that. I wanted to save my sisters, and I'm nervous. I'm very nervous. So that's why I'm working currently to work with different people in my community. Politically, but that's where it's at. I'm very,
respectfully, I'm so sorry for interrupting you. Respectfully, because I've gone through something as well, very personally, when it comes to healthcare. But to address, I guess, so Larja.
Yeah, Sebastian's in the house. Hi, Sebastian.
Hey everyone, I have to do it very quick. Very quick because I cannot stay as long. Number one thing I will say is that Latinos have contributed greatly to this country in terms of everything. I'll say in terms of everything. In terms of the different types of food, the construction, farming, and etc. Many Latinos pay their taxes. Some don't, but many do. The majority do, and the majority is what matters. But what I will say is, if you've committed a crime, you do need to be sent back. If you're not of a certain type of status. And when I mean crime, I don't mean like, something petty. I mean like actual violent, well, not just violent. There's other crimes that aren't violent as well that are bad. A crime. Like a big crime, like white collar crime and etc. What I am going to say regarding what happened after November and in January of this year. Shame. It's a shame. It's a shame that we as Americans are only given two options. A shame. You see, I'm across the world right now. That's one of the reasons why I can't say that long. I'm across the world right now. Many countries have multiple options as who can be their leader. In America, we're given two. We do have other options, but they're silenced, censored, and etc. And the censoring and the silencing doesn't really come from the party that's currently in office now. It comes from It doesn't really. It does. Jill Stein received so many lawsuits from the DNC. They made sure she wasn't on certain ballots. She wasn't on the ballot in New York. She was completely disrespected.
Yeah.
Chase Oliver of the Libertarian Party. Same for him. And all the other parties below. What I will say is, what I am seeing happening is that Republicans are moderating some of their stances to get people from different sides. They have managed to put Tulsi Gabbard, who actually was a former DNC official.
Right?
She was a former DNC official. She left the DNC because she said that the DNC was rigging the primaries for Hillary Clinton, and she left the DNC and endorsed Bernie Sanders.
No way. So she left way back then. Because
that's what happened in 2016.
They did to Bernie what they did to Jill
2016.
Stein.
That's when she left. She left the DNC then. I will say this. The Democrats, the party that claimed they're for democracy, they're for everything. You seem to do a lot of sugar honey iced tea to make sure that only certain individuals get a seat at the table in your coalition. And you will. If you
Both
guys don't
parties are
fix
corrupt.
this,
Both parties
if
are
you guys
corrupt.
don't, both are corrupt, but one is
Yeah.
being more corrupt than the other.
I don't know. I didn't know. I mean, that's. I think
Yes,
both
I
parties
very
are
much
corrupt.
do.
I
And
think
let me
both of them
finish.
are
Please let me
terrible,
finish
and I
because I
think
can't
that
say that
Elon
long.
them.
Let me please
pretty
finish because I
crazy.
can't say that long. And I'm going to say this. I know everyone's screaming about Elon, rightfully so. It is questionable what he's doing, but I didn't hear all this screaming when he was when he was in the
Democrat and all
Democrats'
that.
playgrounds.
It don't matter.
What I will say is this: that if the DNC does not change their bull, if the DNC does not change their bull, give it up. 2028 might be different. And you guys don't want to wait till 2032 either, because the 2030 census is going to happen. And Republicans have been gaining more population in their states, which means that congressional allotment will be different. So I will say this. Either change your strategy.
We just were looking at what he's doing. The executive orders that we just looked at that he did in the first 7 days. He did
I will say this. They did have a plan. The GOP did have a plan as what they're going to do. They made their plan very transparent. They didn't lie about what their plan was.
The devil told us what they was going to do. They told us.
They did tell us. They did tell us.
When they were questioned, they said, "Oh, the most controversial things. I don't know what this is about." Yeah, listen. They tricked. They
Agenda 47, which is still up on the website, was the whole plan of what they were going to do. That was their official plan, and they
isn't it very sympathetic to Project 2025?
Some of it, I think, they said some analysis have said they're 50% of it is similar to Project 2025.
Yes,
they very much did say
because
everything they were going to do.
Well, I was going to say because you're running
people
off.
were very much informed of what was going to happen in
January. I want to know
what you think about.
Yeah, but does he? So this is what I want to ask you, because you're running off, whatever. So the election was very tight, okay, and a lot of people didn't even some people didn't vote. So this is what I think when I hear people, if I watch Fox and all that kind of stuff. Do people feel? I want to know if people say with a straight face, because I think Curves, you did it beautifully just now. We talked about Kamala and the options we had. Are people saying that this political regime, that the one we have with the Democrats and the one we currently have with MAGA, is the best that we've ever had in American history, that the American people currently are loving politics? I believe that polls are showing that actually they're not really, they lost trust in the political situation. So I think that even though what I've seen is corrupt all around, it's always been corrupt. I mean, I will
answer that. Yes, I do believe it's always been corrupt all around.
But do you think the American people are loving?
Not as tight as the way they made it seem. I believe in 2020, the vote, it was decided by between 80,000 votes in 2020. This election was decided by way more than that, in terms of swing state votes and etc. He won the popular vote. The last time a Republican has won a popular vote is in 20 years. So
how many votes did he get? How many did she get this year? Do you remember that?
She got 2 million voters less than him.
Right, and I think, and then how many? Did you know how many registered Democrats that did not vote this election? I believe that number is around 4 million or something.
Well, don't blame the voters. Blame the candidates you put up for the voters.
But that's what me and Curse was saying. We just said that.
Kamala was not the best candidate. Swing states decide the elections, not the amount of voters. I will say this. There are many things I disagree with this administration, and there are many things I actually agree with this administration. I will sit. I will watch. I'm not going to stress myself. Don't get your anxiety up. Don't do that, because you may not even be alive for the rest of the year if you do that.
Who said that?
If you panic and fear and etc. Because stress is real. Do not. And also, the media had a favorite. Kamala was the favorite for the media. And that's why people were very shocked when everything happened.
They wasn't. Are you kidding me?
Kamala was the favorite for the media.
No,
that's why everyone was shocked.
He was a favorite for the podcast.
We saw the TikToks. We saw the TikToks. We saw the news, a feminine phenomenon. We saw everything that they were talking about. It
She
was
was
all hyped
rejected
up
by
and
different
nothing
media
happened.
outlets. No, she was
She was not
rejected by.
rejected by media
But not
outlets.
by the main ones. I mean, she was getting play, right? I mean, who
She
was she
was
rejected
getting
by?
Sis was even on Sis was on Fox News. She was on everything. She was getting everything that she needed. The problem as to why is because her effing staffers are so stupid. And now the DNC is in $20 million in debt. I don't know how you make $2 billion in an election season and you get into $20 million in debt. I don't need to be an accounting major to not know that. It just doesn't make sense. They were recklessly spending. Biden also has a role to play in that because he dropped out late. People need to realize this.
But I want to ask this too. So the fact that the election, swing state, this
That
state,
part.
less votes or whatever, I think you just said it was 2 million under there before she, 2 million difference. The fact that, what did she get into election in July? I feel personally, it's over. We have things to do. But yeah, I get so confused by the idea that there's one party that's almost like priests and saviors and all that, and the other party is vilified. It's like, no, both of them are corrupt and crazy and messed up, and I don't think anybody that's sane would say otherwise. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're my family members. I just think that, as I said, my vote is. I mean, okay, I'll ask. He has some ideas for Latinos, because that's, I guess that's a group. Latinos or Black or whatever. Are you feeling comfortable? Because that's what's motivating me with any of our sisters under this, political climate right now.
I will say this.
I'm not talking about.
He didn't finish. Let him finish.
Yeah, I'm not talking about pregnancy. That's not what I'm talking about. As I said, the curves. I'm talking about just regular run-of-the-mill, overlooked, misdiagnosed, microaggression thing. When now they're saying, oh, microaggression is too woke. So if you complain, you happen to be part of these different groups. Shut up. We're changing things so that you're now being limited. So again, I don't feel too threatened or staying up at night about that. But I do say I'm nervous for my sisters of all, Black and brown.
I'm sorry that happened, Joanne.
That when they go to their doctors, that they do get treated in a humane way, and that they don't be told that they're a problem or that they are complainers or that they all this kind of stuff. Because under this regime, that is where my focus. So I don't give a damn about all the other garbage. It's more about lives, and that's the way I vote for. So are you saying, I don't know what you would say, but for me personally, I do feel a little nervous for my, even the Latino community. I'm not part of the Latino community, but I have friends. And if I don't want them to go there and feel like under this new regime that you can't tell your story under the Me Too movement. You can't say that people touched you inappropriately. You can't complain about them misdiagnosing. Like, there's a lot going on, and I feel nervous for my ladies. I really do.
Well, state and local governments have more power than the federal government. So that's where everything will stem from. I will say this.
Do you think that they're pro-woman?
Do I think states and local governments?
No, I'm just saying. Do you think, because you've seen this, right? So anybody in the local part, and even if we had this in New York City, who are disagreeing with any kind of MAGA agenda, and they're disagreeing, they have been labeled on their social medias as problematic, as lunatics, as liberal this or woke that. Some people being fired if they don't go with the very conservative thing. Now, mind you,
that comes from both sides, actually, because
I'm talking about them. I'm talking about the ones in power currently. So I'm saying, for me, when people are now complaining to local people about them feeling unsafe in their, government, if the people from the high say, no, I don't give a damn about those people, so basically what I'm saying is, do you feel, because that's what we're seeing this, do you feel these two guys are pro and protective of Black and brown women? That's all I want to know. Do you feel like
I feel as if this, number one, the U.S. government never cared about Black and brown women.
No, I'm asking about these two right here, just them.
These two, no, obviously not. They're part of the U.S. government as of now. The U.S. government has never cared about Black and brown women.
I don't care about the past.
There's some who use pandering and
it doesn't matter. I just don't think they care
to
about
make
Black
it seem
and brown
like they
women.
do, but they never do. Black and brown women should put the power within themselves. Never trust the government. especially one that has experimented on you, that has taken your fathers, husbands, and sons from the
I agree with
home,
that. Yeah.
unalived your boys by
Mm-hmm.
the police. I will not. I don't believe in. Well, this is wrong. I don't believe in certain things of government, and the idea of that people should have trust in government is one of the most dangerous things ever. You should never trust government, and
Yeah.
anyone who ever tells you to trust them or be confident in them are
Mhm.
either lying to you. And yeah, a liar is a thief. A thief and a liar are the same things. They will do that.
Mhm.
So, and they both seem to do that at both parties. I am completely done with the GOP and the DNC. I am
Right.
exiting from that atmosphere because it's
Mhm.
toxic.
Mm.
For example, Lindy Lee, who was a former DNC official who worked for the DNC's finance committee, when she started releasing all the things about that happened in the campaign, what happened from
The
them?
$20 million
Blue MAGA.
fund.
Blue MAGA decided to go after this woman, send her death threats, send her unaliving threats, send her so many things, and now, she has wandered off to the GOP. I'm gonna let this be known. If this is the narrative that we're gonna start doing when someone disagrees with the DNC, is to start being disrespectful to them, is to start being this is when people are gonna start opening their eyes and are gonna like flock to the GOP. Tulsi did not like Donald at all. And she clearly said that. And she said that to him in his face. I do not like you, but I will endorse you over endorsing the DNC or endorsing any candidate there
Yeah, but I
because of
see that.
toxic
Okay, yeah.
behavior that they do. They don't do it publicly. The RNC does do that toxic behavior publicly. The DNC do it more covert, secret under the table and sugar honey iced tea like that.
That's what I'm saying. It's good cop, bad cop. They both work at the same office.
One is very right. It's the establishment. It's the system that's corrupt. It's not, oh, Donnie or Elon is corrupt. Oligarchies existing. Oligarchy existed at the DNC too. Did you not hear some of those tickets to get in there were 1 million to be in those special booths? Chris Cuomo did a whole report about it. Anyways, I have to go.
All right.
Well, thanks for coming up. I appreciate that little
But
thought
anyways.
and you coming up. That was
Yeah.
international, you guys. That's our international Curvy Sebastian. Sorry he cut you off, AAE. I hope you come back up. He only had a minute. And look, he was true to his word. That was like maybe 4. So I hope you come back up. So Trump and Elon being the boogeyman. That's one thing I will say. Let's go through these comments. So AAE is saying, how is Trump and Elon a boogeyman? The only boogeyman is the full-grown man who feels compelled to enter a woman's bathroom.
Let me say this. I'd rather have a trans person.
Oh my God, voice twin.
Okay, so I'd rather wait a minute. I'd rather have a
God.
trans person in the bathroom than somebody who up there was having predatory moments with people who are still having nightmares about them. So I think that was the crazy part for me. Like I don't understand, because and then I want somebody to research how much do the trans population make up in America. They really don't. So you're not.
Right.
So you have more of a chance.
Yes.
You have more of a chance of curves. Or the people who think that.
It's interesting though.
Well, you have more of a chance of winning $5 million than you do to have this sort of myth and propaganda that the people have about our trans people in the community or the gay people in the community. That's just crazy to me. But like I said to Sebastian, and I say it again, I don't believe in a perfect government. I believe that I want.
Do you believe we should have more than 2 systems? I mean, more than 2 major parties.
I believe
we at least have more options.
We should. Okay, so this is the thing, and maybe I'm different this way. I feel like, I don't know the last time I went to the ballot, except for when it was Obama. Other than that, when I went to the ballot, and I felt so enthusiastic and was like, "Oh my gosh, this is the best thing in the world." That never happens in November for me. Never.
Coming back,
Yeah, it never happens for me in November ever. I go there and I vote for whatever's left there. And I feel like it's more about corporations and corporate money and how they buy on both sides, obviously, than it is more about I wish that wouldn't be a part of it, that we would have more flexibility in that way. But when November comes, if you're smart, there's only two options at that point. Like if you can either vote and throw away something, or you have to vote for whatever is there. And most of the time, what's left over after the corporate people push their agendas on both sides, you are left with two, options that you're probably not really that, thrilled about.
Yeah. I feel like we should definitely have more than two options. It's insane to me. So, okay, one of my analogies for us is that, like, oh, we're just barnacles on the wheel of life. And if we can only be on one wheel, that's boring. Plus, there's a billion barnacles. There's not enough room for, unless you want like everybody thinking the same. And then we have this duopoly. And now we have me and regular people that I usually love being attacky with each other over some person who's been lying to everybody and wasn't going to change shit. But being outside of that thought pattern makes me an enemy somehow.
You sound very independent to me. You sound like you said, you wasn't for Kamala Harris, but you don't sound like you loving Trump and Elon either.
Yeah, no, I'm not pro 45.
Mm-hmm.
I am pro blow this shit up, but I'm not pro steal all of it while you're doing it. I'm not pro put everybody out of work and without a plan in place currently, immediately able to absorb what the fuck you're talking about. I'm not with that.
So all they do is give you, you know what, everybody, it's going to be hard. And I mean, so again, I don't know that much about his world, about Elon and Trump, because I try not to get into their world, really. But when I look at it from just being objective, it's like, okay, you give your followers bad crypto picks. People lost a lot of money behind those scams or alleged things going on with that. That's been a little tricky with that. People have been really excited about that going into the election. Oh, crypto and taxes and yada yada, boom, boom, boom. And it's not really paying off for people currently. Maybe it will. I've talked to a couple of people, but that's just one of those things. But for me, they had a big thing about, you don't want to defund the police. Well, the IRS pays for our public safety. They pay for our public safety. So if you're taking away the IRS and then you're hoarding all the money and then you want to research where it was going, and then Elon is getting hundreds of millions of dollars off the top,
$5,555 an hour.
Right. He getting all this money.
It was a minute
of tax money. And then, so my theory is, and it's just a theory, that, like I said, they're going to go in there and it's not draining the swamp, it's draining our money. And they're going to, dismantle all the things that's there. And then when they hand it over to somebody else, which they always do, it'll be a total crazy storm that somebody has to fix for at least 3 years. The public will get confused again and say, you were responsible for the state that we're in. And then they'll vote whatever way they're going to vote. I'm not really a person who gets caught up in the fear, like, you better talk this way or do this way. Hell no, I don't give a damn about that. People go, well, this is what the Democrats. No, the simple fact is both parties are a hot mess. And again, this election was I actually feel like this election was really historic because social media really was at the top. It was really at the top level. Like everything was on all cylinders. We had YouTube, we had podcasts, we had TikTok, and all that was working at the top level was going really in MAGA's direction. Like it was crazy. And then that's what I was going to say to Sebastian. Then we see post-election that all these places that are responsible for that could shadow ban your message. There's a lot of messaging online and our Black creators saying that when I'm pro Kamala Harris or when I'm pro tweet this or whatever, my tweets are being restricted. They have things on Instagram and TikTok that if it's not supportive of Trump, and it's been that way, and now it's been exposed. We saw the inauguration where all those people were there that was controlling all our apps. So it's not a coincidence that the message that was anti-Trump for the past couple of months was getting weakened. It was weakened. It wasn't getting out there as much. Now we see the thing. That's what's going on. So that's why I was like, no, that wasn't. He had a whole thing, and yeah.
I love everybody, and I wish that we could just vibe. And do you guys, like, sometimes, do you even feel like this shit is necessary? Do you feel like we should just maybe all just give us our money, disperse it amongst the Americans, not amongst Doge and Elon Musk and oligarchs? Take whatever money is in the coffers and then give everybody their payments, and an equal amount, maybe. So there's no like, I got more than you. Let's just give it out. And then we wild west this shit, because I think the problem is man trying to control other men and exerting power over women.
Yeah. Oh,
and
wow.
others and etel. And I'm like kind of feeling like it's getting to the point like where the wild west was that way for a reason. You know what I mean?
That's very
And
interesting. Very
become
interesting.
sovereign and independent in a way where we don't even have to argue about this shit, because I'm doing what the heck I need to do for my life and my tribe and my compound. I'm not harming, or hindering anybody else. That's not the kind of wild west I'm envisioning, especially if we all got equal payments to start with. You know what I'm saying?
Well, you remember one of my teachers from when I was in school way back, and we had a little free time before we went to the lessons. This was years ago. And what you're saying is so exciting. I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen. It's whatever, but it's exciting to me to think about. So this is the idea that I remember one of my wonderful teachers taught me years ago when I was in high school, whatever. And she was like, that the government is basically a concept that people have to believe in for it to have power. So I sat there, the class was sitting there. It's like, okay, because the idea is that all these rules and all these laws that we have believed in and that we have obeyed for years and years and years and years, because we felt like there was some imaginary force from the heavens that was going to come down into your apartment, into your bed, into your dreams, and just smite you the moment you thought in an incorrect way, that if you even thought about doing something that was anti-American, you were going to be punished in some, crazy way. We see now with MAGA that the rules that we were sort of trained and brainwashed to believe in are basically just myth. The laws, to the high level of the Supreme Court, this is all a myth. So if government is basically a concept, so the idea is we have hundreds of thousands of people in power, or we have a couple of people in the government, and we have millions and millions of people. Of course, you have to manipulate through propaganda and through branding the American people to believe and have faith that not only do you have to believe in these laws, you have to believe in the government, because if you don't, then you will be punished in some way. I remember with the California thing, because I was like, listening to people getting homes burnt out. And then some people in the magazine was like, oh, well, if you bend the knee, basically, I'm paraphrasing, if you bend the knee and you act the way that you need to act, then we will give you money. And I remember Alec Baldwin, God bless him, he had his issues. He came out on TikTok somewhere and he was breaking it down like, oh, wait a minute, California, we are the entertainment capital of the world. We pour in hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars every year in taxes. This is that money that you are trying to get, that we are wanting back for our citizens here, is not your money, Elon Musk or Trump, to hold or to blackmail people with. It's our money. And so this is the point, Curves. I was going to say this. If people start playing a game with Trump, the way I think, so I'm thinking this. So if Trump stepped to somebody, okay, with New York City or California, who puts in hundreds of billions of dollars from the entertainment and tourism or whatever to Washington, D.C., if he ever dared to threaten or blackmail these powerful cities, if I was them, okay, I'd probably be like, and this is not legal. If I was them, I'd say, oh, you know what? My city generates hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm not paying. We don't play by rules anymore, right? Trump and Elon. I'm not paying not one dime in the next 4 years to Washington. Because that money then would get trickled down to the red states that are basically MAGA supporting crazy, states. So I'm going to just keep my money in my state, and I'll see you in 4 years. They will lose their mind, because if you decide not to play into the machine, because if Doge could go in there and look at your grandmother's social security number and do all this stuff that they not put, just make up the rules as they go, then I don't see why people don't sit back and start getting creative. Because that's step one, is not to play the game. You won't blackmail me, especially if I'm paying all this money. That's one thing. Another thing is the government is totally a concept. The idea is we live on land that was Native American people land first. We get here and we tell the Native American people, we're gonna tax you for cutting down that tree. Well, sir, how can you tax me for cutting the tree down that I blessed with my ancestors for the past 600 years? That makes absolutely no sense. But it's a concept that through force and bigotry and racism, they alienated and wiped out the Native American people. Then the people they brought over who were enslaved, they used force and intimidation. Now we buy into the rule of government. Government is all basically a concept that only has power when hundreds of million
If
people
we
believe,
participate.
when you believe in it. So that's tipping into the matrix. That's tipping into the revolution thing there. Because I was reading books about France and other places. That's one of my pet peeves to read different things, especially after this election. So it's a concept. So yes, if you decide that, if Miss Curves, the beautiful Miss Curves and her family decide, you know what, I want to go to Pasadena, I want to go to Malibu one day, or I want to go somewhere where I can grow a garden. I'm going to get up here. Curves, you ever watch The Stand? You love Stephen King?
Yes.
Okay. So you ever watch Stephen King movies like The Stand and all that?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so
Grew
Mother
up on
Abigail.
those.
So Mother Abigail, basically you'd be like Mother Abigail on your farm, growing all your food and just minding your business and doing your prayers and loving your family. I mean, that would be a perfect existence for me too. Just to live somewhere.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And we could keep the industry, keep our stuff going, but just do it on our own without them telling us all the time what the fuck to do.
I think government,
go to a barter system. If there's not going to be a government, there might not be a treasury, so there might not be any money. So we could go back to bartering, exchange, trade. You know what I mean? Like all kind of things, but still keep the technology of being global and that kind of access going. And I think that could be an answer to all this because I'm not comfortable with what's going on. I'm not comfortable with the systems that allow it to go on. I'm not comfortable with the actual amount of time that it would take to blow this shit up and start from scratch. And you know what I mean? So there's a lot of different factors that I'm looking at.
And so I'll say this too now, then I'm going to let, hopefully she's still there. I should let her talk. I was going to say for me too.
Hey, are you still here, darling?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to finish this. I want you to. So I'm going to say this too. When people say blow up the government, and maybe you think about this too. I always think about, so I knew under Elon and Trump that Black women's health would be scared for them. But then I'm also going to say this too. I have relative Curves who are blind. God bless them. So we have people in society who are blind, who are have cerebral palsy, who have all these other issues. What happens to these people in California? I believe they have made a law recently that people who may fall to that category who can't work and do whatever, they're now homeless. They are now being criminalized. So if you're disabled and you're born that way, or God forbid you had an accident of some sort, and so there's people who I'm worried about. I'm definitely worried about because I think they missed that point. They go, okay, well, under us, we're going to lower your taxes. We're going to eliminate taxes. We're going to give you crypto. What about the blind people? What about Black women and brown women's health? These are little cracks that they don't really fill in. And that's what I think about all this. But
I feel like that could be, in my theory, in my working Sim City, people like you would be able to, since you consider that, have that as an option, and that could be your client avatar and somehow create some type of exchange that made it valuable to both of you. Yeah. And so it's basically, we'd have to take care of our blind people next door. We'd have to take care of each other. Absolutely. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
AAE, thanks for coming back. You and Sebastian usually kind of butt heads a little bit, I believe. But thanks for coming back.
Yeah, I don't want to interrupt if someone's speaking, so I'll just stay in the back. I really don't want to. I just really don't want to speak over people or argue. So.
Oh, I'm gonna go on mute. I want you to get out whatever your thoughts are.
No, he's still here. I'll just listen. I really don't want to interrupt. So.
No, I'm on mute now.
Mel,
I'm drinking my iced tea now.
No,
That's okay.
really, no, I really am listening to just what the
we
both
love
of
your insight, AAE voice.
Yeah, go ahead.
you.
Yeah,
I really will
We love
listen.
your insight.
yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
messy. I let people talk and work it out. I'm sorry. Please finish. I'm going to go mute from 11 to 11:05.
No, seriously.
It said,
To
go.
both of you, and you're both from California, so I really am just listening through StreamYard because I'm not on YouTube. That's just why I'm here in the back. I'm just listening.
Oh, okay. Well, I think that Curves now, she's gone, and I think she's getting something to drink or something.
No, I was going mute till 11:05.
Oh,
We
I
can
think
talk
that
about what T said.
well,
T
okay.
says
Well,
weed is still illegal in most red welfare states because the people who live there don't have the capacity to understand or admit the things they were taught about weed growing up were false, right? Like, I mean, there is a lot of ignorance here. I mean, they talk about other places being third world that are far more advanced than here in our thought processes. And we're supposed to be very advanced. I mean, but some places in America are very antiquated and yeah. And
yeah.
some might even say ignorant to like soda isn't water, you need water. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
That's true. I
so
mean, I think that for me, the part that I struggle with Americans, so I don't want to say all, because actually I'll never forget. I know people didn't all vote for Kamala Harris, and that's okay. But I'm the way the media is now, they'll tell you, oh, only 25,000 voted for it, but no, it's millions and millions and millions of people who think
so
the
many
way,
lies we're being told.
right, that thinks the way I
Yes.
do. So nobody's alone. But I will say that I'm confused by some people during this election that felt like, because so when I grew up, and I don't know how you can escape it as an African American man, growing up with beautiful family, stuff like that. I grew up where we understood that if you're confused by somebody from a different country or different practice or whatever it was, different lifestyle, whatever, that it wasn't something that triggered you or that made you want to, I should say, that made you want to control them. We were taught that it's okay to be confused. You don't have to know everything. And during this
Right.
election, people seem to feel that because they were confused about something or trouble about something, that was enough, reason for them to want to make up these, to vote in a way or do things in a way that would control other people. And that part, that's why I said, for me, I truly believe this. I never have a big reaction for a Republican or what. I mean, I vote the way I do. I participate in the groups I participate in, and I keep it moving. Even, with people get into the doom and gloom about, oh, this is the way it's going to be. Because I've had conversation on Twitter, and people kind of glow. And I'm like, you can glow if you want to. I'm not really threatened. I'm not sitting around like, oh my gosh, it's going to be this way for another 100 years. No, absolutely not. I think for me, I'm very happy to talk to people on different sides, and I'm happy to continue to do the work I really believe in, because I actually feel like I'm seeing results in the things that I'm doing, as far as in my community and stuff like that. Like I know, so I don't get into the doom and gloom, and I don't think that people have to change. I will say that if I can, the Democratic Party, I've been disappointed with them this election. Not enough for me not to vote for them, but I'm disappointed in the recent Democratic chair election and some other things. I wish that people were a little more entertaining, because I feel like, what, I remember I was in a big message room and I said, well, people were shocked. They were like, oh my gosh, the election, how did it happen? I said, listen, right now in America, people don't really care about human rights and women's rights and race relations. It's all about money and crypto. And they were like, oh my gosh. I was like, yeah, that's what I feel. That's what I feel is going on currently. It doesn't mean that that's going to keep me in bed at night, but it isn't, but I think going forward, if you understand that people want to be entertained, then you have to get people in your party to be more entertaining. And if Trump, so
Right.
the miracle of Trump, and I'm sorry I'm put this together with him. The miracle of Trump is that he's giving people the blueprint. Hello, I'm gonna circle that in red. He's giving people the blueprint of how to win. Now, I don't think you have to be a criminal or be going through the things he go through, but the man never answers a straight question. I mean, he never answers a straight question. I feel now when I was growing up in school, that was not the way we were taught civics and stuff like that. It was like everything had to be fact checked about 6 times. That's not the way it is right now. You have to be entertaining above all. You have to be entertaining. So, so this is the conversations, Curves. I swear to everything I'm having with my local people.
He brought The Apprentice to the presidency.
That's right.
He's that entertaining. He's bringing the Apprentice energy entertainment to the presidency and engaging the people like that. I see what you're saying. But so you guys, both of you, go ahead. Finish your thought.
No. I would love this. You said most.
I have this social contract up because I've heard. I was looking in the comments, and I've said, and I've heard components of what we've all been saying, as far as like, we do what we need to do. We're paying taxes, and the government is doing XYZ, either pro or con, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so it made me think of the fact that there is a social contract, and that the social contract and our participation in the social contract is what makes the contract valid. Okay. Do you guys know about the social contract?
I don't think I've heard this term before. I mean, I've heard social contract, but this is connected to what we were talking about the
because
this is Locke. No, it's Locke. John Locke. We all learned this in school.
John Locke is the author of Social Contracts. Is that? Yeah, here it is. Jean Jacques and John Locke. Yep. So
Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, Rousseau. Rousseau being French Enlightenment, John Locke, Hobbes, all coming from empiricism tradition. Kant, this is straight philosophy. We all learned this in school. It ties directly to the people, our contract with the government.
Yeah.
When you're looking at the social contract, this literally is the standing of the United States. This is we, the democracy, the people, the body politic, our contract with government, that contract with us, the Constitution. So how we maneuver, work together with government. Because what John Locke details is that we give up some of our, in essence, like our inalienable rights for the protection of government so that we can actually have society. Excuse me. Government provides us as body politic, as a democracy, 3 important things because we can't refine it in nature. In nature, there really is no inherent society. It's just like do or die, brute force, et cetera, et cetera. When we're speaking of the contract, government is going to provide us substantially with 3 things: defense, which we of course have army, military, the enforcer of contract. There has to be an enforcer of contract. That is the government. So when we go to court, when we sign contracts, like our transaction with each other and ourselves and how we do business, engage, etc. And then of course, money, currency, which we have to have. So we have this contract so that we literally can have a society. So we're not running crazy and living the way we used to live. So it's like essence really having a democracy. So the democracy needs government. What Locke stipulates is that this contract right there, we the people, the Constitution, we have now put together our expectation between us and government. So we as humans, we as people, we come together, the democracy, the body politic, we put together this Constitution between us and government. So what we expect from government and what they must provide to us. One of that goes back to what I mentioned in the comment section, Article 1. We have our legislature, which is Article 1 of the Constitution. We vote for them directly, the House, and now eventually the Senate, but mainly the House of Reps, who represent us in government and basically do as we say because we voted for them. That's just really one example. So when we look at the United States Constitution, there's Article 1, there's Article 2, which I think that's SCOTUS. And then of course, Article 3, the exec. And then everything within the Constitution breaks down which each article essentially does. Legislature is the most important because that is us and the people. For example, if Trump and JD Vance, hopefully never, if something happens to them, the Speaker of the House immediately becomes president within like that next minute. Why? Because it goes right back to the House of the people. Everything in the United States goes back to the people. When January 6th occurred, what's very important to note about January 6th is that they went to the Capitol. They didn't go to the White House, they went to the Capitol. They literally went to the House of the people. The democracy literally stormed the House of the people, the democracy's house. That's why when they were making that argument that this really isn't an insurrection, that's where it came from, because you have the democracy literally, quote unquote, go home, which is the people. This would be the situation with January 6th would have been completely different if they went to the White House. It would have been a very different argument. But in the United States, the people really do run supreme. That's why we look at what we have. When we have freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, everything is to come back to the people. So that's why I just wanted to throw that out there. And it starts with Locke. Hobbes also wrote, everything starts with Kant, but really we all learned Locke. He wrote with a second treatise of government, second treatise of nature. We all learned this in school. I'll go back on mute.
That was exquisite. Thank you for that. So, and that's what I'm saying, that we have to either engage it fully and make them engage. We do have a right to tell them how we want it. We do have a right to have Trump not do it this way if we don't want him to. That's the first time I said his name. I usually just call him 45 because I don't even want to call him the next one. But we have a right to do those things because our part of the social contract is being upheld by our payment of taxes and adhering to the laws as they're written. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like we need to do something. We need to do something. I don't know if it's a class action suit. I don't know how to make them engage or make them leave that fucking office and put somebody in there that will engage in a way that protects we the people and moves us forward as a nation overall in science, in arts, in all of the phases, in spirituality, in all of it, so that we can really advance as a human species. I feel like there's a level of control that they're engaging while not upholding their end of a social contract that we are currently engaged in is abusive, and that we shouldn't have to participate. That's how I'm feeling.
You know what, Curves? I think that previous presidents believed in, the social contract and all the rules. I don't think this president and Elon sees, sees this more than just a piece of paper. I really don't. I think that there's nothing that they respect. There's nothing that they honor. I think that they love their own rules. I think they can go to the they can make up their own piece of paper or whatever they want. As Elon, as Emmanuel was saying right there, it's true. It's true. Mm-hmm. This is a new time, a new era. And I think that what you were saying before about the idea of not really buying into, the idea is basically it's a concept that, that we buy into,
Yeah. I don't know. I want a solution.
It's important to note remember there was the Articles, what was that? The Articles of Confederation. Before there was the actual quote unquote United States, 1789. The country did try to stay, the government did try to stay more states' rights. They always wanted to keep it more inclined states' rights. And again, something else to be noted, it was always discussed manumission. You always had men, of course, it's going to be Black men, who fought for, like, you know, for freedom, who fought in the revolution. It was Black men who actually were enrolled or interned in the Continental Army longer than white men. It was always discussed that there was going to be an end to slavery. The British said, if you fight for us, then we'll grant slavery. If we win, we'll go ahead and have universal manumission. And this was also discussed with George Washington's army and the colonists as a whole. We all know that didn't happen. With 1789, you now have the United States Constitution. It was ratified. It really is important to note, the United States has only been one republic. There's never been a fall in government. There's always been a consistent continuity in government. I bring that up because France is on its 5th republic. And remember, the French Revolution was 1789, and the United States ratified its constitution in 1789. And you see who has been more successful, because France is a democracy as well. But they have had so much fluctuation in their government, unlike the United States, which has always been consistent continuity. Even in war, the government has not fallen, which that does need to be said. That does need to be noted. So like losing the country, it's just not going to happen. It's just not. First off, the country is about to be 250 years old. And secondly, there are people who are not about to let this government fall down. It's just, and Black people too are number one in that list. It's how this country works, it works, and it always has worked. And that's why everyone comes here. So like, and you notice, for one thing, you have a lot of people complaining. Think about this. You can complain. How is Trump removing free speech? All of you complain about Trump. Everybody talks bad about Trump and the government. You can say some of the craziest things about this government as a citizen. No one's going to stop you. I do agree with what this administration wants to do with like this Palestinian protest. It really is inappropriate to bring this to college campuses and start messing around with American college students. I think that's very inappropriate, because a lot of Black students in Ivy League, they were losing their scholarships and they were not being able to graduate because they were participating in this Palestinian nonsense. I'm very much against that, because I don't want young people getting involved and messing up their future careers and their college degrees. But if you cannot come here and respect what so many people have done, so many people have fought and died for, you have so many in the United States military who leave this country to bring stability to other countries. If you can't respect that, you have to go. You really have to go. Either it's a privilege, not a right, to be a United States citizen. There are only a handful of people who are original Americans. Most of these immigrants, you are not. So you come here, you enjoy entitlement, you get public charge, you don't respect rule of law. You don't respect the fact that you cannot stay here without legal status. Black people cannot, and neither can you. The average Black person, the laws are so far in between different. And on top of that, like, I don't even want to hear this white supremacy. You already have so many Black people who are more than happy to link up with white supremacy against other Black people. Well, that's a different subject for another day. But long story short, if you are an immigrant and you are not here abiding how things are supposed to be, because it is right, it has worked out. What this country has done, regardless of how you feel about which group, everything started from 1789 has worked. It's just point blank has worked, whether people agree with me or not. And now with this current administration, this is what the people want. The democracy voted for this man. And there were about 8 million Democrats who did not come out to vote for Kamala. You have 1 in 5 Black men. 1 in 5 Black men voted for Trump. If that did not happen, Trump would not have won. Black people want Trump here. You cannot have a Republican win the popular vote if Black people did not say so. If Trump would not have won every single swing state, which has a significant Black population, if Black people did not want this to happen. Like, it's just how it is. And now you have Elon, who's the number one capitalist in the world. He has made it clear that there are certain people in this country who are mid, who do not work, and now we have to bring in people to replace them for working purposes, for tax purposes. It simply is what it is. If other people don't like that, so be it. I 100% believe in reparations for only one group. Everybody else, if you cannot compete, we do have UBI. It's called SSDI. File Social Security early. Just get on disability and keep it moving. Like, that's just where it is right now. We have UBI. We've always had UBI. Everyone pays taxes for these people. You cannot be homeless in this country. Either you abide by the rules, because homelessness basically has ended. It's over. This country has 100% scaled and operationalized how to address homelessness at every state level. The situation regarding Black women in healthcare, we don't have enough Black doctors. Simple as that. You cannot entrust another race to care for your women and men and children. There was just a situation in Georgia where a white nurse was literally abusing Black infants. So no, I'm not, and I've had my own issues with these people. I don't even go, the one time I went to their hospitals, the worst thing happened to me. I'll never go back there again. You cannot trust these people. You have to have Black doctors. If we're having, which we do have a situation, we need more Black doctors. The majority of Black doctors are not even Black American. You're depending on another group who are tethers to care for you, and they're doing it. And these are Black people. They're going to do it, but you cannot, but you don't even have original Americans as doctors. You're depending on someone else. And people are complaining about free speech. We all don't even have Black doctors. So you need to invest in Black doctors. How do you invest in Black doctors? That's education. How do you have education? Where do you begin with that? That starts with Black children. It's Black students. Where do you start with that? Stop having your children be activists. Stop worrying about your children marching. Your children don't even know algebra. How about Black people? Make sure you test your 7th graders that they are competent in algebra before you even say the word activism. Black children don't even know how to read. They do not know how to read and write. So that means you will not have a Black doctor. The dire state of Black society is so disturbing, because it literally is like two different worlds. You have Black people who are doing like middle class, and the others who are literally failing. And now it's only getting worse because of the CV pandemic. You don't even have children in schools. They're trying to go by distance learning, which is very difficult for small children, especially if you have a parent who's not education inclined. And on top of that, you already have serious racism in education, big time racism in education. They let these white women run wild. In business, in these corporations, if you do not have a Black man, military, in management, it's total and complete chaos. White men will literally allow white women and Black women who partner up with white women to run havoc in an office. They do not want work. You literally have to have Black military in management for there to be work, production, operations done. There are so many issues that nobody even addresses. People are complaining about free speech and oligarchy. Your children don't even know how to read. You're complaining about things that literally mean nothing and are literally like these ubiquitous statements that don't even really make sense. This oligarchy, the democracy, what are you talking about? Your children cannot even read. If a child cannot read, if a Black child cannot read, that goes right back to the Black woman. 100%. Oh my God. I don't even know where to begin with some of these comments. Like, it's just incredible. And everyone's complaining about the most ridiculous things, but you're not even talking about real issues that are right now in your own household. Black children cannot read. We don't have enough Black doctors. We don't even have enough Black homeowners. You have Black people who literally have been pushed out of California. California is like 6% Black now. California, which used to be like almost 1/3 Black. In like 25 years, it's now 6%. So we don't even have Black property owners. And all of those Black cities are now basically immigrants, Asian and Hispanic. It's not even Black people. You can't even have hip hop in California. Like it's just gone. Like there's no more death row. You will never have like what was there in the 90s ever again. So and what is the black side of California is Skid Row. And think about the number of Black women who are homeless. I could keep going down this rabbit hole, but fundamentally, Black people are not even focused at all. You have Black Democrats who have literally helped everyone else, every other group, immigrant, LGBT, but not even Black children, not Black women, not at all, not one bit. And when you look at high income earners, it has been STEM for the past 20 years. You will see Black men and white men in STEM. You really will. You truly, truly will. And those men work together alone, their management, everyone else are immigrants. Of course, I'm generalizing too much, mademoiselle. You're too busy worried about oligarchy. That's what you're worried about, mademoiselle. You and I, we're not the same. Simple as that. Your focus is, white talking points. Of course it's white talking points because I earn money. I earn income. I have a level of money you do not have. So go ahead. I'll just stay back on mute and I'll just do that. It's just so frustrating. It's just incredible. Black women, there's no group more stratified than Black women. Literally, there's no group that is more, that is black and white. It's where Black women are. There's Black women like me, very, very, very few and far between. And then the others who are very group oriented, borderline Marxist. They're crying about oligarchy, but your children do not even know how to read. If your child does not know how to read, Black woman, that is you. Point blank. The woman is the language. The woman is the culture. Reading starts in the 3rd trimester. Language starts 3rd trimester. It's not even birth. You have a whole baby by the time you're 6 months pregnant. And now you're birthing children who barely can read and write. So I'll be back. I'm just, and if you don't have that, you don't have Black doctors.
Yeah. And
then in the same breath, you complain about tethers and the tethers of all the doctors. And now a lot of the tethers, your children are going to be deported. Because now Trump is going for everyone, which is perfectly fine. But it's not going to just continue negatively affect you. And on top of that, let's be honest here. When it comes to Hispanics, no one wants to really be honest. Black women, you have a very, very, very sick love for these Latino women. You don't look like them. You want their hair. You want to be them. Black men marry these Latinas, give them green cards and these Asians. And Black women fully love and support these Latinas, completely, even at the detriment of other Black women. Your colorism has literally blinded you for how many decades now? And now you have a whole group of Hispanics who literally have been able to receive maximum benefit in this country off your support, Black women. There's no way Hispanics would be able to reach the heights they have been able to reach in this country if it was not for Black people. How many Black men have given these Asians and Hispanics green cards? From there, that's chain migration. How many Black women? I just walked into Sprouts the other day. Black women acting a fool in Sprouts. And one of them was literally running her hands through a Hispanic girl's hair. While all the other people, the young Black men, the white guy, and this light-skinned girl, were all working. There's the continued issue of behavior, Black women. You really don't want to behave in the workplace, education, healthcare, school, even in your own homes. But you want to keep blaming white supremacy, this oligarchy, the oligarchy, Trump, Elon. It's always somebody else's fault. But when you all come together, it's chaos. I don't know anything about you. I don't need to know anything about you. I've heard enough. Okay, Larja, I'll go back on mute.
And Curve, you still there?
I love it here, you guys. I
You
love it
still
here.
there?
You know, I love a
Oh my
robust
God.
conversation. We don't all have
Listen,
to agree.
go ahead.
I feel like that was said with all the love she could muster. She's not being disrespectful for having her point of view, in
Yeah.
my opinion. Also, I don't have to subscribe to everything that she's just said, and we don't have to agree to respect each other and move on, or have an even further conversation about why we don't feel like that, or the parts that might resonate and why. But that was a lot to say, and it felt blamey on Black women. But I know that you're saying it as a Black woman, so I feel your personal onus in your statements, even if they're not all applicable to your current monetary situation, lifestyle situation, education situation. You're being a Black woman, wanting other women to, Black women, to recognize their power and their duty to themselves.
Facts. Yes, I am. Exactly. You just said it.
That's what I'm hearing.
Number one, your duty to yourself and your children. You.
Right.
Stop worrying about this group and everybody else. Look in the mirror. What can I do to myself? What can I change about myself to make my situation better? What can I do for myself? Looking in this mirror for myself and my children. Stop worrying about everybody else. Stop worrying about these white people, the oligarchy, even this democracy. Just you as the individual, that you look into this mirror. That's it. Because all this groupthink, all this nonsense, which is, I mean, it is Marxism. Fundamentally, it is. And it has not served Black women well. And everybody else just eats off your labor and your work. At what point? It was white people. It was white people. And keep in mind, one of the reasons why there was a push to put Black women in college back in the early 20th century was because you had so many Black women in domestic labor, and this is how the biracial population was really brought about. I actually heard that on another YouTube channel with a Black boomer. She said so, that there was it was very important when it comes to like the Black boomers' grandparents and their great grandparents. So basically post-slavery, to get Black women out of domestic servitude, not slavery, but just remember, during Jim Crow, no sharecropping, no working in Miss Ann's house. Have Black women in college, get them educated. This was priority number one. And it did work. It really did work. Now it's like you're using your education, your labor, your love, your womb for everybody else because you want to be with everyone else. It's like the only time Black women want to be together is like either in chaos or fixing a problem out of chaos that's within their own family and their society and their neighborhood, or helping someone else.
Yeah, so I have to jump in. So I don't disagree. I would say I'm not triggered. That's where I'm at, because I'm just hearing the tone and everything. It's not my thing. But I come from Black women. So I just wanted to add this to the conversation. I feel like the women in my life who are dynamic and beautiful, and they're not going around, woe is me. But I will say, and maybe she might, the caller might agree with this, that I feel that what I witness is that Black women, or women in general, I don't want to just say Black women, but the Black women I've seen have been under attack. They have been minded. There have been cases where they've been minding their business, raising their families, and have gone into different work fields, different schools, different things. And this is kind of the energy that people are saying, enough already. I don't want to be, I don't want to be minding my business and working hard or making as much income or whatever, just living a good life, and then encountering, redlining or encounter whatever. Just the thing is, there's a reality in this country that a Black woman or a Black person, they do encounter difficulties that are just not fair, that are just not.
Now, may I share something with you?
But can I say this too? I want to complete this thought. But what I will say is too, I don't believe that all people are making excuses because they are encountering things that they don't give permission. They don't give consent to experience. I don't give consent for people to microaggress me, to give me a difficult time, all the stuff that a lot of people go through. I think it's the part that it was missing from that argument. Yeah, just a lot going on what you were saying. I'm not triggered, but it's interesting. It's very interesting. But I see other parts of it, because I think that I do believe there are mean people in this world that will focus on groups for no other reason than they're confused by them, that they have hatred, and then now that group is now responsible to get past it, to forgive people, to try to work even harder. That's a lot, and I think people are tired. I think people are tired.
Okay, Mel, Black women are human resources. Black women are they're HR. Like every company, Black woman is HR. So she has direct power to hire and fire. They have you hear this a lot of Black women are in HR. So I've seen it myself. Black women, of course, will help support other Black women, but in the same breath, it will be the Black woman who will bring you down. It will, in the workplace, it will be that very Black woman who will be the problem, who will harass and abuse you and interfere with your ability to earn income. There's no unity, respect. I mean, I'm just being straightforward. There's just no unity. You will have a company that has a significant population of Black women. That company will have a Black woman in HR, and it's total and complete havoc.
So
other Black women. I'm just letting it know right there.
Okay,
and
so I actually have a
way more common than you think. Way more common than you think.
So I have a direct question.
I'm talking specifically, respectfully. I let you finish. You asked me to hold on. I'm asking you to hold on.
Okay.
When it comes to the Black women in the workplace, you are seeing, especially over the past 30 years, Black women in the workplace. And even now, Biden brought a lot of Black women into management. A lot of Black women into management, not just in government, but just across the board with private industry. Obama and Biden did do that. You were just seeing more and more Black people. You did. Even not only that, Bush, as much as people don't even think he is, Bush is very pro-Black. Bush is very much pro-Black. Bush put a whole Black woman in the highest position any Black woman has ever reached in government till this day, Dr. Condoleezza Rice, who is by definition FBA ADOS, a Black woman who is a Creole grandmother, a Black woman who comes from sharecroppers, solid Black woman, highest Black woman ever in government. What she has been able to achieve. Just through her, you were seeing more, because that's where I grew up, where I came from. And I love this woman. You're seeing all these Black women, Barbara Jordan before Condoleezza Rice, even where I grew up, Eddie Bernice Johnson, who was that's where Jasmine, Congresswoman Crockett, that's her district. Eddie Bernice Johnson, that was George Bush, who purposely created George H.W. Bush, who created a district in Dallas specifically for Eddie Bernice Johnson, a Black woman. That district, Eddie Bernice Johnson was the very first Black woman, and she was the only person who held that district, a House seat for over 30 years. She only left that seat because she passed away. They gave that seat to Jasmine, who was a 40-year-old Black woman. Jasmine, who went to law school in Texas, Jasmine will have that seat for the rest of her life. So you have Republicans who will put Black people on. That same George H.W. Bush, he brought in Clarence Thomas, the one and only Black man in SCOTUS Supreme Court.
Well, I
get you. Or whatever. Yeah, well, Mel, you can call him Uncle Tom, whatever. You're seeing
no, not Uncle Tom. No, the point.
What the highest offices in government, Black people who are Black Americans. Clarence Thomas is Gullah Geechee, North Carolina. This is a Black man.
No, but
Black American, FBA agents. You see them in this office,
that's good.
And you see with the image was we're having more Black people in government. That brings more Black people into private industry, which we have been seeing over the past 30 years. You're seeing Black women not only work, but Black women in HR. Black women HR. And I know from my experience, nothing but chaos and trouble. So I'm just saying,
So this is the thing. Okay, I
whatever, Joanne.
No. The thing is,
I yield, Mel. I'll be quiet.
Well, okay. Well, I don't. It's okay. So what you're talking about, what I was trying to say is that
This is
so the whole
stupid.
list.
Every policy, practice, and law is designed to keep Black people.
Okay.
You're an
No,
idiot,
but I'm talking about. So this is
just
the thing. So
stupid. Every policy.
the
What an
question
idiot.
I
You
had
deserve to
was.
fail. This is a horrible comment. Horrible. It's so anti-Black. Everything's no, it's not. Everything is designed to keep Black female chaos on the up and up. They want the stereotype.
So this is what. So this is the question I have for you. I wanted to ask you, which is because I'm actually curious about it from your perspective. So are you? And maybe I'm wrong about this, but are you saying? That's what I want to ask you. Are you saying that for a Black woman in America, the thing that is the most concerning for her life and professional life and school, her family or whatever, and again, I could be wrong because I'm listening to this, is her that concern, that thing that she should be concerned about is her sister, and it's oh my gosh, it's her lack of accountability to how she kind of adjusts to the struggles that she didn't ask for. That's kind of where I'm like, okay, I understand about what you just said about these Republicans who put other people into positions, but I personally, of course, I would never sign up on YouTube and say that a Black woman workspace is always going to be one that's chaotic all the time. I mean, it could be in some cases, but I don't know all Black women spaces in America. I would never say that. So I just think I'm hearing you and I hear the facts you have. I'm not disputing that, but I think that for me personally, yeah, the Black women I know, I don't feel like the biggest struggle they have in their lives are that of their sister, that of the lack of accountability to the way they've been treated, and that of I forget what else you said, but that's not what I see. But again, I'm not a Black woman, but that's kind of the message I'm hearing from you. I'm not surprised by that.
No, that's exactly.
Hey, Mademoiselle, thanks for coming up. Oh my God, I'm gonna let Mademoiselle jump in and say because I've never had your pleasure. I am so blessed and honored. And you know what? If you're so triggered that you came up here and this is what it takes for me to hear your voice, then I'm actually happy that it's happening. I love you. And what are your thoughts?
And I love you too, Larja. And I just wanted to come up real quick because, honestly, I've been, I guess she left. But what I want to say is it just seems like every time she comes on here, she has to constantly go towards the topic of Black women. This has been a pattern. And so it's kind of sickening because I'm like, first of all, this is crazy that someone cannot see exactly what he's doing and seems to be kind of supporting him, defending this type of wickedness towards Black people. When he talks about DEI, he's pretty much putting out to the world to try to use us as a scapegoat that Black people, they're not good enough to work on any job. They need to be back in their Black job. That's what he's saying to everyone in the world, specifically in America. So I don't really know why she always goes towards this whole thing with talking about Black women, and instead of looking at what the enemy right in front of us and talking about Black women. What does Black women have to do right now with the policies trying to destroy Black history, trying to erase Black history, the contributions of Black Americans? What does that have anything to do with what she's talking about? And then she asked me a question in the chat talking about how has these policies directly affected Black? What are you talking about? Everything in America, whether you want to acknowledge that, has always centered, whether it's where they put a highway.
Or the railroad, they're trying to eminent domain a Black couple's land. They have 600 acres and they're trying to eminent domain their land that's been in their family for like 120 years or something like that.
I mean, it is everything. I mean, I don't even think people realize. They literally see the ones at the top, they go in the back rooms and try to figure out, what can we do to destroy these people? I mean, I could go on and on between environmental justice. That's why they want to get rid of all these regulations. They're trying to take away people's properties. I mean, honestly, and this is not shocking because there are so many people, especially Black people, who I consider as traitors, okay? Complete traitors, because all they're doing is parakeeting off of white talking points. You can blame Black people, but that is sick. If you don't know everything that white people have done, you'll never know. I don't even listen to people like a Candace Owens. These people hate themselves. You can pretend like you don't. The only reason why you're getting upset right now is because you're not white, and that's what you're really mad about.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem, Mademoiselle.
That is the problem. You don't want to admit it, but that is the problem.
Of course. I wish I was white. I do.
You do. You
Sure.
do. And I don't. This is.
You're right.
I don't have any pleasure.
Let Mademoiselle be complete.
I'm going to be done pretty soon because this definitely is not my thing. I'm more of a typer. But the thing is, if you even just go back and listen to yourself, I don't know what Black women or another Black woman has done to you in your life. And I'm sorry if you've been in any kind of situation where your own kind let you down. I really am. Because there's something there. If you were to go back and listen to some of the things that you say, it's always directed. You have an issue with Black women, and you really need to check yourself for that, okay? And you need to stop generalizing, okay? Because my mother raised me right. I had a strong Black mother from Georgia, and education was number one. Her mantra was, school is your job. And I know that's what Large is doing right now. That's why she took her kids out of these school systems so she could teach them. So you need to stop generalizing about, because you know what? Black people are doing the best they can under these circumstances that have been purposely invented to keep us down. If you don't want to acknowledge that fact or that truth, nobody can help you. So I don't even know why you bother coming up trying to, I really don't. We're not down with this type of lingo, this kind of rhetoric where you're always trying to down us. And I know you're Black. So this is crazy to me. Okay, right now we need to stick together because these people have a plan for Black people. They have a plan. And it's meant to continue to try to really destroy us this time. And I honestly, I don't want to argue with you because that's not who I want to be. But all I'm saying is I am sorry if someone of our own kind has done you wrong.
And that's why I love you, Mademoiselle. And you and I subscribe to the same beliefs around our Blackness and where we are. We choose not to say or imply in any way that it's our fault, that we're to blame, that we both acknowledge freely that Black people in most cases are doing the best they can within the situations that are designed against us. And I am so pleased that you got a chance to come up and reiterate that point with your voice, even though it was a little garbly. I'm not sure what that was, but I'm just so glad that you came up. Let me say that it doesn't help to really blame victims. That needs to be acknowledged. I let everybody's POV happen up here.
Yeah.
And as a Black woman, my ears almost shut down when I feel like I'm being blamed for some bullshit that white supremacy designed. You know what I'm saying? So while your points are super valid, AAE and our personal responsibility, the way that it feels and sounds, the tone, all feels like a lot of blame. And I'm not sure where that part comes from, or if that's even the case, or if it's our ears not knowing like your tone. Maybe you're kidding, or like that's a light way for you to say it and you're not being blameful and you're saying it. And the things that 45 is currently doing are affecting us first because we're lowest on the poll. So, yeah, and you've acknowledged that in what you are even saying. You know, I don't know. I just feel like we need to do a lot less infighting, which is also what I said in like hour 1 of this live, when I had people I love come in here and tell me that I'm misinformation, disinformation, basically part of the problem because I choose to think what I think. And I don't want to make other people feel like that. And I also would love to understand, are you blaming us? Are you like pew, pew, pew on Black women? I mean, I don't really think so, but a lot of people still feel that way. And even Mel mentioned, like, as slight as he did, he's like, the tone is kind of coming up like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
So yeah, I would, and listen, I love this conversation, ladies. This is really, I mean, I didn't think this was going to be this kind of show, but I want to say this too, and now because I want to actually hear, I love questions. I want to hear AE's response. But I was going to say what I remember in my life. Somebody said, imagine that we all, as Black people, are on a racetrack. Okay, on our side of the racetrack, we have bumpy roads and crooked stuff, and we have 500 pounds of weight on our backs. On the other track, the person only had a fanny pack, and that happens to be the other group. And we're running down the track. Now we're killing ourselves on this track. We didn't mess up the track. We didn't put the weight on our backs, but we have to get to the finish line. If we don't get there, we're labeled as criminals. We're labeled as problematic. We're labeled as all type of labels. We did not put the 500 pounds on our back. We didn't mess up the road, and yet we have to compete in the same racetrack. And I think that sometimes, for me, I never forgot that lesson. It was taught to me by my mother. She's a hardworking person, and it's just there. I don't think that I don't live my life full of excuses. I don't, but I think that what I'm struggling with AE's point, or people that sound like that, is that we have to acknowledge that there's a real struggle. As I said, we kind of are behind the 8 ball. We're just catching up. We're trying to catch up. And I feel, and I could be wrong about this, there are groups of people in America who see that, and that's why they have been so triggered. And they made this big performance about woke. I mean, they totally bastardized that term. And after Obama got into office, they lost their mind. They became woke. And now, as you said, we're fighting each other, but we shouldn't. We are finally trying to make headway in big ways. And now they see us a threat. And now we are relabeling ourselves. And I know this never came from AE at all, but some people have relabeled certain people in our community as lazy, as criminals, as as all people, members of Zeus. Like the list goes down. I'm thinking, wait a minute, no. I mean, I think that even the sisters on Zeus who are not my type, I think those ladies are doing the best they can with the knowledge they have. I don't want to judge anybody in my community. I really don't. I think that we were basically like this experiment, and we're doing the best we can. And I do feel like our future will be better. But I think that the people I don't think I think that we're accountable, and I don't think that we make up excuses. And I think that the hardest working person in America is a Black person. Mentally, we have to mentally work 10 times harder. And there's been studies of people who have tried to live our lives and decided they want to unalive themselves. You understand? Because they're like, oh my gosh, I didn't understand how hard it was to be a Black person in America. So yeah, I never could see my own family in those terms. Never.
Well,
Okay, so Mel, my focus, I just ask you. I'll just put that out there. and you are a Black man. But one thing that you're probably not going to hear the whole truth is, how do Black women treat other Black women in the workplace? You are going to have Black women in management, especially HR, which is a gatekeeping role. You will see other Black women as your co-workers. You will see other Black women also in management. All of these other groups, they all do stick together and really watch each other's back. How do Black women treat other Black women in the workplace? And how do Black women treat other Black women, who are, I guess, like more successful, or, maybe younger, like you're a younger Black woman, a lot of energy, and you're older Black women, and you see this younger Black woman. How do you treat her? At the end of the day, we all have to earn income. This is what we do here. Capitalism, this is our income. This is the economic engine. So that's really where it's at. How do other Black women treat other Black women, first and foremost, in the workplace? And secondly, how do other Black women treat other Black women, specifically the age dynamic, older, younger? How do they treat each other in healthcare, in education? Because we're all working there. I just really wonder, because I've been seeing this for years. And yes, what Mademoiselle touched on, my own experience. A lot of Black women have, especially younger Black women, have very, very bad experiences with other Black women in the workplace. And you've heard this all throughout YouTube. Furthermore, even on YouTube, you will find videos of Black women daughters talking about how the relationship that they had with their mothers. There's a lot that these women are not really talking about. They want to keep bringing up Black men, white supremacy, the oligarchy, but they never just want to talk. I'm talking about our relationship with each other. That's what I'm trying to get at. Just Black women to other Black women. And me to myself. So what I see in the mirror and what I look outside and I see another Black woman. How do they treat each other? How do we all treat each other? There's a lot to be said. And keep in mind, I haven't even touched on colorism in the workplace. Like that's the thing, like this little live chat is not being honest. They keep bringing up everybody else, what everyone does to us. And I'm not even denying that. White people are hella racist. And I will say that right now, big time. Number one, they have no problem coming together to literally inflict harm and terror on an unsuspecting Black person, especially a Black woman. I'm simply speaking about us as Black women to each other. That's
see. It. Okay. You know what?
Who taught them that?
Oh, go ahead.
Who taught them that?
Yeah. So I was going to say that that's very interesting, because I'm not a Black woman. And, I could own it. I'm honest. Yeah, maybe my mother and other family members, they do have parts of their lives that as a Black man, I don't have access to. I think that because I love the women in my life so much and I see the things that they do express, it's never about their sisters or other things. But you could be right. It could be a whole different world, and maybe it is, in your own bathrooms, your own little places that you have your own little world that I just simply don't have any knowledge about that. That's very true. I don't know. And I think that for me, what I would add to this too, and I love that you put it in that framing, is that at least, you're owning that you do have these complicated relationships with your sisters. I mean, with your, I say sisters, with your Black sisters in this world. And I guess I love the fact that it's so there in your mind that, as people said, that every time, sometimes you come around, it comes up again, that maybe that may be a focus for you to, forgive. I would say to you, forgive. If people have really, you've had these issues, I would hope that you would somehow forgive and maybe be open to the fact that, and I'm not being disrespectful, that you don't know everything on that subject, even though you are a Black woman and you've had these Black experiences with other sisters in your life, that you could try to forgive. At least now, I really hope, because we need you and everybody else in this time to really, but if it's something that's really that you're working on, I'm not hating on that. I mean, I don't really know the answer to that. I'm not a Black woman, but I hear you, and I hope that you can, in the next couple of years, that you could probably work on that and be open to, forgiving and maybe seeing people in a little, in more loving way, probably. I don't know.
No, I understand, Mel, and I see where you're coming from. All I'm saying, because it's like the same issues have been occurring for decades. And now there are serious concerns and problems. So that's why I bring up just the relationship with each other. I'm in no way denying everything else. I'm not doing that at all. I'm just saying is that you see that there's constant issues. Right now, like I've mentioned, literacy, healthcare, the workplace, right now just even the changes with this administration, where also, like I mentioned, how there have absolutely been more Black women in government with the Democrats. This is very, very true. More Black women with the Democrats in private industry who are in management. That is very true. All I'm discussing is if we're continuing to have the same problems with varied administrations, whether it be Republican, Democrat, if we're seeing the same problems, Black women, relationship with Black men, and these white people, these issues, and it's only getting worse and worse, because if these children cannot read, this is a problem now. And literacy is number one, Black women. These are our children. I'm just saying, Black women, look at yourself and look at how you treat each other. That's all I'm saying. Just look right there. Because I'll end with this, and then Mademoiselle can do whatever she wants to do. There's no group that is so completely separate, very, very different than Black women. These white women, these Asians, the Hispanics, they will come together. There's a lot of similarities with them. And I've seen that. I really don't work with Hispanic women, because the type of money I make is generally going to be other races. But these other races there's a way they stick together. And it's not sticking together in chaos. It's really sticking together to be solutions oriented to better that group, better our group. Not, there's chaos, and then we're trying to come together to fix this chaos. It's like they're already moving and planning with purpose. It's like only Black women, it's like this love for chaos. And the only time you come together is through chaos. It's like, and a lot of this is brought on by yourself through your choices. And not just with Black men, just in general, when it comes to where you work and how you make your money. So that's all I'm saying, is that when I personally took my time to see, as a young woman, all these things are happening. What can I do? What is going on right now that I can make a change to get away from this scary environment? I mean, I know that people are going to get mad. I don't care. I did, in a sense, keep myself away from certain type of Black people and moved into a completely different profession where now there are little to no Black women. And even though I deal with racism, there's some things I don't deal with at the workplace that I used to deal with when I was majority Black women when I was younger. And this is just my experience. Where I live, where I work, where I move, it's just kind of, this is just me acknowledging, outside looking in, me just stepping out, just me stepping outside and looking at my personal situation, how certain things occur and do not occur if I'm not around certain Black women. I'm just speaking about myself. That's all I'm saying. And also because younger Black women, because of how I move and the things that I have, they ask me questions. And then I'm noticing people have told me, like younger girls, like Gen Z, that they'll go into, like, for example, Mel, go into a salon and you'll have a young Black girl, she's, in college, no children. Like there's certain things that she has told me that other Black women are encouraging her to do that frankly are not beneficial to her and just borderline bad for her life. Will put her in a position to fail. And I've seen this. It's almost as if Black women, they see someone who will do just a little bit better and they have to put her back. You're trying to reach too far. We got to put you right back. You think you're better. Who do you think you are? You uppity. Who uses that word, uppity? Hasidity. Come on. And that's not even going to colorism. Like there's colorism that workplace.
Interject there.
There's a lot going on here.
I want to interject on the uppity because I feel like wokey is the new uppity. You see what I'm saying? Like how they're kind of like, oh, you're too woke. Like it's you're too president accounted for. You're too, you know what I mean? Like you know too much. Who do you think you are?
Yeah.
Being woke. Like I feel like woke is the new uppity. I just wanted to interject that there.
No, I see what you're saying, and that's in the, the others use that term. Like like these people, the other groups, they really do get angry when they see a competent Black woman. Where I'm getting at, why would a Black woman do the same? I expect them to have issues with a competent Black woman, but I wouldn't expect that from a woman who's my kinfolk, another Black woman. That's what I noticed is that there's always like, you can't reach too high like that. And that you think you're better. There's always something where they have to bring you down. And it will be another Black woman who almost as if she wants you to fail. And then she'll go to another Black woman to literally stop.
Well, nobody over here though. I mean, I feel like it's.
I feel like we're our own worst enemy. A lot of the time, we are our own worst enemy.
I can see how you say that. I can see how you feel that. I'm sure we've all experienced a negative experience with somebody who looks like us. However, in the solution-nator way that I have, I would like for us to maybe pivot from what the experience has been, and let's look at ways to make it easier to get to know each other instead of, I'm not saying this blame is not going to get us anywhere.
No, but this is deep. This is deep stuff that has happened to Black people. And for people to just suddenly get to this position and blame stuff on each other as Black people is disgusting. Okay? Because the fact of the matter is, I know who the enemy is. It is not my own kind who's in the same boat. And who put them in the same boat is the ones who are trying to keep us down. Mm-hmm. So if you encounter a hating ass Black person who hates their own kind or is jealous, that's because those people have left us for dead, have tried to make sure we don't have nothing. So when somebody sees that you got something more than them, they're jealous haters. We all know Black people like that, but you know what? I don't blame my own kind for that. That's for the predicament that white people have caused, okay? I know who the enemy is, and that will never change, ever. I know how we got here. 400 years, I know. So for people to kind of just look and say, oh, they hate me for this, because, oh, you're uppity or that. You know what? These are ignorant Black people who don't even know their own history and what people have done to us. And it is the white man. That's your enemy.
Right. We're not the problem. We are not the problem.
I'm not trying to say it like that. I'm not trying to say it, but that is the truth. It's unfortunate, but that's the truth.
Okay, so Larja, the bad behavior or arguably abusive behavior that Black women inflict on each other is because of white people. Is that what she's saying?
That we're saying that.
Because that's what she just said. She literally just said that.
That is what I'm saying. And if you don't see that, nobody can help you.
Oh, well, guess not.
So exactly. So my main point is, okay, when Black people were in slavery and they tried to keep Black people from reading, you don't think that would leave a heavy mark on their future? That these same people that enslaved were kept from reading. They couldn't teach their kids how to read because they didn't know how to read. So it's a yucky freaking cycle
Right.
of the little crimes that they have committed against us as Black people. If you don't see that, I worked with kids. I've worked with kids for over 17 years. And actually, I was a reading tutor. And my kids were 3 levels behind, and by the end of that year, they were all on grade level. Okay? People have to be taught. People have to be in a good environment for them to learn the proper way of even thinking, doing things. So for you to continually keep talking about Black women is crazy. You're getting towards the end when you want to just forget about what happened in the beginning. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me. And the reading and all of that stuff is really rich coming out of you when you know exactly what the Trump administration is doing. What do you think destroying the Department of Ed is going to do to Black kids? You think they're going to get a better education that way? You think parents having to pay for their own kids' education is going to help them?
No, I teach my own children to read. That's where you and I are very different. I'm not going to have white men in the government educate my children. I do it myself. I don't depend on others. Larger, that's the difference. You're seeing it right here, and I hope clearly everybody's seeing what's going on. There's nothing I can do about other people. I cannot do anything about them, especially these racist white people. All I can do is what I can do for myself. That's it. The only reaction, only thing I can control is me. That's it. So what can I do for me to better me and these children? That's all I care about. I'm not going to sit here and keep going back and forth with white people. Premise number 1, they're racist. Premise number 2, white women are borderline chaotic. They do not work. They do not know how to cope. White men are mid. White people, first off, their addictions. White people, this nonsense with their high IQ is BS. White people who are literally given every chance. Larja, you know this for a fact. They get accommodation, white people. They take Ritalin. They take all of these performance-enhancing drugs. They also get extended time on their test in college.
Yeah.
They're given so they're
graded on a curve.
And they're graded on a curve. I was just about to say that. Thank you. Their GPAs are inflated, just like you said, they're graded on a curve. We don't get that. What can I do about it? Nothing. I'm not going to go back and forth with these characters. All I can do is what I can do for myself. That's it. That's why me and your chat, we're never going to see eye to eye. And why there really is going to be a delineation with Black women, because Gen Z is seeing what's going on. Gen Z, I'm just from my experience, boomers, Gen X, my God, and also these millennials, these big age millennials. The way you were moving, the way you've been behaving, it's not going to work anymore. All this politicking and gossiping that you like to do with white women at the workplace is not going to work anymore.
So your solution, let's get to solutions. Because the people are still not feeling like, I get you, you love us. And you're just like, we can't depend on nobody else. We got to look in the mirror. We need to start here. But I'm telling you, the tone is like very abrasive. And people aren't always ready for the truth. That's why we love Dr. Heavenly. She can give us the truth. And you're just come. And so I hear what you're saying. I want people to understand and feel it, though, by you coming through with the solution. So a solution to this issue that you've clearly identified and experienced and is a true issue. How can we, as Black women, come together to sustain, to self-sustain, to to help, to want to help, to how can we begin today as Black women, even in this chat, to come to a place of understanding where we can want to engage in a more positive, moving forward way so that we can unify and overcome these fucking white devils?
First things first, this is just my opinion. It's like I've been saying, what is going on, Black women? What is going on? Like, when there's bad things keep happening, I'm not even saying it's you to blame, because a lot of these people really will set up Black women to fail. They do. They will set up Black women to fail. These white women, they love to pit Black women against each other. A white woman will go to another Black woman and demean, denigrate, disrespect, gossip about another Black woman. They know this. They will, and it's always, how these particular ones who don't do anything, they are number one to cause conflict.
So, okay, immediately you saying that a solution could be, as a Black woman, when a white devil approaches you and tries to besmirch the name of another Black woman, that you immediately don't don't listen. You might let her finish and then immediately go to your Black sister and be like, oh, this is what Becky said, and this is how we can thwart her plans to turn us against each other. I see like that could be a solution.
Yeah, yes. And also, when Black women go to these jobs, just go to your job and work. Just go to your job and work. Don't bring up your personal life. Stop all your issues, all whatever it is, your trauma, just go, do your task, leave. Just number one. Do not no gossiping, no talking. Don't even talk about another Black woman. If you see another Black woman, just keep it about the job and the work. Just keep work exactly that, work. If you feel compelled to talk to another Black woman, just get off the work site. That's something I noticed, Black women, stop with the gossiping. Stop going around eavesdropping. Stop trying to figure somebody out. Stop even trying to know people. Just go to your job and do exactly that and go home.
AAE.
That's number one.
AAE. No. And honestly, I know you. I don't know what has happened. I wish you'd share that story, because this is personal to you. I have not really had any issues with Black women, or Black men in the workplace. Like I don't know, maybe somebody else has. The one that I've had is white women. Okay,
I've had more experiences with white women too.
So I cannot identify, and this is definitely, an issue that's specific to your own experience. And I feel like you should start your own channel and talk about the work, because that seems to be something that you do like to talk about. The workplace, corporate, seems like you come from a corporate background or something, and talking about maybe how Black women can support each other within the workplace. I don't know. But I mean, I thought this was supposed to be specifically about politics tonight, and I understand conversations go off, but it's just getting to be a little bit much when it's like the conversation now is about Black women. I mean, honestly, I don't know. In the chat, has anybody had serious issues with Black women? Because this seems to be like, I don't know. There's just something. I don't know. I wish you'd share that experience, because I'd love to hear it.
Well, Curves, I have to drop down, but I want to say, this was good. But Curves, this was really good conversation. But ladies, this was great conversation. I'm learning a lot. We agree to disagree at this point, because I love it is what it is. But I have to go. I
love you, Mel. Thanks for coming, and thanks. You guys can actually thank Mel for this live. He was the one that wanted politics. And you're right, Mademoiselle, we are on politics, and we have digressed greatly. And it is Black History Month, so we could have done a tag team. But I mean, both of these subject matters, race and politics, is enough to get you disinvited from many dinners and social functions. Yeah. So I'm thankful that you guys were amicable to at least hear each other out. It didn't devolve into a lot of toxicity and negativity, at least in my opinion. I hope that you guys can, leave respecting each other's POVs, because again, our POVs are only based off of our personal experiences, right? So we can't be mad at the other person's experience. However, we can be mad when we feel blamed, or when it sounds like, there's all this coming at us because of a certain tone. But the truth is the truth. We do need to teach people how to read. We do not know how to read because of slavery. Those are two things that can exist simultaneously without me being the motherfucking problem. You see what I'm saying?
We
Yeah,
don't
well, you
know
know what?
read
That's
because of
true.
slavery. Are you serious, Larja? These
Yeah.
children do not know how to read because of slavery.
Yeah,
For
I'm
real.
saying I
Oh my
subscribe
God.
to the belief that the residual remnants of a slavery environment on our people for 450 years, followed with Jim Crow. Well, I just posted how the segregation in the schools didn't happen until 1954. That's within 100 fucking years. So yes, it has exactly to do with slavery and the residual effects of white supremacy in our society. Yes, indeed, it does. And there is a personal responsibility for me, myself, whose children both read above grade level. It is a personal responsibility and passion of myself to take the accountability personally and ensure that my personal tribe is above par.
I
So
love
two
it.
things can agree.
Yeah, I was going to say before I dropped, this conversation education is big for me too. Is that, and I know you all ladies, you would agree with this. How many times have we seen our sisters, okay, in Louisiana, in South Central, in wherever they are, wherever that money, wherever that just where we've seen people crying. They crying on the camera saying, "Where are the books?" The rooms are filled with mold. That it's totally crazy in this school. We're trying our very best. Now they want to take away the education, the food. So the thing is, I said earlier, there's certain groups, and I think all you ladies would agree with this, certain groups that have to work harder and have worked harder in this country for hundreds of years just to make a living wage, basically.
Right.
And it to me, it makes no sense in 2025 that there's still groups of us in whatever community you live in that have to work that hard just to learn the bare minimum. And when you go to different other communities and you can feel comfortable, you don't have to worry about the danger, you don't have to worry about the mold or the schools falling down on you. So it's just certain groups that do go through a lot just to get where they can. So as I think what Mademoiselle was saying is that, yeah, I mean, I see it. I see everything you're saying. I see what's going on, but I don't judge. But I'm also hearing from A&E, I forget, I'm sorry, I said the name wrong, but I'm also hearing some deep hurt and some deep ideas about her experiences with her sisters that is totally foreign to me. It really is. Like I'm telling you, AAE is that the goddesses, the Nubian goddesses in my life, they are not using excuses as far as the black man and supremacy and all that. They are basically coming back to their homes and telling us the experiences they've had in the world. I've had this issue with this man. There's people, y'all know this probably too. Y'all could be minding your business and then be attacked or be microaggressed or have just minding your business. And I think that's what we really, for my issue is the main issue in the black community, that we are doing good jobs, but then people come along and they mess up our communities. They make it hard for us to learn. They call us names. They say that we're doing things that we're not doing. I think people are tired. I really do. I think people are very tired of that kind of label that we just.
Everything you just said, black women also do it to each other. Just
Okay.
honestly, whatever they do to us, black women also do it to each other.
Okay.
And as a young black woman, it's a lot of times it's very difficult to pick up on what an older black woman usually will do to you. Like you really think that she's on your side, you think she's building you up. Naturally, it would happen, but it's the complete opposite. That's what I'm trying to say. That's really what a lot of times and it's really older black women to younger black women will set you up to fail. They're no different than these others. You just won't pick it up as a young black woman because it's coming from an older black woman. And you're just not going to see her as the enemy. And sadly, that will be at a young black woman's detriment. It's very, very sad. But I think you kind of see what I'm calling. I really do, Mel. I think you see where I'm coming from. It's a new concept for you, but I have a feeling you see where I'm coming from. Furthermore, Mel, I'm just letting you know, always remember something, Mel. Black men, you as a man, point blank, as a man, you have to know how to work in a team. Black men at the end of the day, think about this, Mel. NBA, NFL, military. Even if you're just playing sports, football, like 10-year-old black boys playing football outside of the apartment complex. You all work together. You all have to learn how to work in a team. If you go to a rec center and you see black men playing basketball at a rec center in the hood, they're working together as a team. Even a gang is a bunch of black men working together as a team. Even when black men are engaging in, quote unquote criminal behavior, they're still a team. Black men in technology, where I am, they're a team. Like, they are a team. That just has to do with just being a man. That just has to do with being a man. Men have to know, especially in the United States, you have to know how to work together as a team for a particular result. You've seen this, Mel, and so has everyone else in this live chat. When we watch professional sports, when we see gang activity, when we see just black men together, you guys move as a team like all other men. That's not the same for women. Women, we inherently we're not team. So our experience together is going to be very unique, Mel, to what you understand. Just putting that out there.
I must say that I collaborate with a lot of black women in my real life and am business partners with black women. And we don't have this issue, but we are also business owners. And so we don't have to jockey, but we are also in natural competition, but still help each other. And I can call them for information with the client present without the fear that they're going to steal this person from me or anything or be misappropriate. And I only surround myself. So I guess part of this is knowing that in your personal life, at least hopefully where you can control, association is key. And then hopefully you would put yourself in an environment where if working, like how you said, you've removed yourself from this trigger for you and put yourself in an environment where you won't even have to get it from a sister, so you don't have to feel it no more, right? And I can, and it sounds like personally that's what you're doing. And I also think that we got way off the fucking politics, y'all. So 45.
Respectfully, it is politics. A lot of a black woman's life is political. And I've heard other black women say that. Like, just even being a black woman is political.
Yeah, I get that. And we were like at the Elon and 45 of it all, and what he's been doing in these past couple of days.
Martha, what is Elon doing to black people? A lot of us are black people here. What is Elon and Trump doing to black people? And I really am asking that as a question.
Well, he's getting paid $5,555 of my tax-paying dollars per minute, and that's a problem for me.
And he's also, understand, because you're a taxpayer. Understand, he's also saying that he's looking to save $2 trillion out of the government. Look, you're also looking at addressing California government, and California government is known for reckless spending. So you are actually paying a forensic accountant. He is the forensic accountant.
I don't need a person that wouldn't even turn over his fucking taxes. So I can see what he has. And trying to
Elon has clearance, and he's public. Larger. Elon Musk has a public company. Trust and believe, they know everything about him. Tesla is public. It doesn't even matter if he turns in his taxes. They know he's public. They know every little bit about Tesla.
No,
so
the whole situation
is irrelevant.
I'm putting it on the 45 of it all. He's the one that we don't even know what he has.
Honestly,
look at what I'm serious. I'm serious.
No security clearance, no tax returns, no nothing.
Trump in his life.
Verified of anything
about taxes.
Okay? He's working with China. He's working with Putin. All of them, and neither one of them has been. Definitely hasn't gone through a
Wait. AAE, what is Mademoiselle saying? What are you saying, Mademoiselle?
Elon Musk has not been through any security clearance. He has not released his papers or tax returns or anything. So don't act like you know these people. You do not. You're just believing in whatever you're watching, whether it's Fox News, whether it's out of their lying mouths. None of these people are any good. If you put your faith in them, that's fine. You know what? I did watch an interesting video today, I have to say. It was this Jamaican black woman, and she has like 7 or 10 ways in how you can earn money off of this guy, because that's all he's going to be doing is earning money. He's getting hand over fist money from every direction. I don't know, maybe I'm not watching, I'm watching things that actually tell me the truth, not in this fairy tale belief that these two disgusting human beings are going to do anything for anybody unless you're a billionaire. That is it. That is it.
So you don't think that they're trying to steal the money?
People, they are corrupt.
That
So
I
you don't
agree
think
with
they're
you,
trying to
absolutely.
get their money all in one place so they could have easier access to steal and pillage through it? You think that he's really trying to do something for the American people? The same 45 who during his last debacle in office didn't do half the shit he said he was going to do. The other shit didn't have to turn out. So that's why I was trying not to worry about this shit. But he's signing a lot of shit lately that sounds like it might trickle down. So he didn't get a lot done last time, but this time his approach is allowing pilfering, chaos, okay? And he's creating economic disaster. 75,000 people have already accepted his deferred resignation who were previously protected under federal laws. So he's fucked the law. And we saw he just tweeted that I can do whatever I feel like fucking doing because I'm who I am. This is not what we signed up for as American people. Even the people that signed up for him are now coming out saying that, dude, you're doing too much. And I feel like it's too much for a person to be in charge of reckless spending, getting recklessly paid $5,555.56 a fucking minute. It doesn't make sense. It's not intellectually fucking honest to have a person getting paid that fucking much while he's pilfering my grandma's false Social Security.
Exactly. And you know what? Farmers are already starting to see. There was this guy I saw in video. He said he went through some program, and I know a program. It's a USDA program where they'll give you money to implement some kind of organic, sustainable practices to your land. So he went on and spent $80,000 to whatever this USDA grant. He used his money on the assumption of course, the contract to say that they're going to pay him back. Now they've canceled that grant. Then in Alabama, they had applied for an energy grant of $100. They all got sent a letter saying that due to the Trump administrative policies, that grant is not valid anymore, so that is going to be due. So that money was deposited in their bank account, and they said that money will be due for your next energy payment. So this guy is screwing people down the line. He doesn't give an F about you.
Right.
He doesn't, and he's using Black people as the scapegoat, but this is all a sham, so he can go and get this money.
You know what I was going to say to you? I agree with you. Listen, this conversation, ladies, have been unbelievable. I love this conversation. I'm going to say this, I'm going to drop down. You know what I think also? I think that, I don't know. I don't feel scared because I feel like MAGA people on social media and on television programs are really, unfortunately, doing speaking points. They're out there protecting Trump and protecting all this because they know that the American people, the people that voted for him are turning against him. I've seen that all the time on social media. I'm seeing voters say they made a mistake. The simple fact is, the American people are not buying this. It's only a couple of weeks into his election. The people that didn't vote for him was over 70 whatever million, 8 million, or whatever million didn't vote for him. There's a lot more people that agree with me, you, and Mademoiselle than there is people that support him. That's just a fact. So I go to bed at night loving that because
they got all this money for these grants.
Right.
Not grants, these bids, whatever they call them. These people are so corrupt that it's not even funny.
Yeah, but we have
and the worst part, but they're doing it all in our face too.
Right.
They are.
This is the kind of devil that we're dealing with this time. I
feel
feel like
you're
a lot
paying
of
attention. If only though, if you're paying attention.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be paying attention, or else you don't see it.
Right. And people are so like, oh, I want to protect my home and protect this, that. So where in your mind where you have a tenant that destroyed you destroyed the house, 4 years later they decide to put another application in, and they say, okay, well now I want to rent from you again. Like nobody who's saying, that's why of course nobody who's saying would say, oh, let me now put this person back in here who destroyed it the last time. Like that makes absolutely no sense. But people, whatever reason they got caught up, they got duped, they got food. I actually feel like, excuse me, I believe that some of the voting was a little messed up. The numbers were a little crazy with that. I believe they were manipulated by different podcasts. It was a whole campaign. So, I listen, 2 years, I believe it's going to be a blue wave again. I really feel that. And
I almost
understand that the systems that are against us are very smart. I mean, the idea that because you work in a black business and if that's your experience, you have a negative experience with one of your sisters, that somehow it's still the responsibility of that community. No, it's actually the people above who makes things a certain. Because I think Bose from Beverly Hills, who does, I've enjoyed her offline.
I love her.
And she had some conversation about being in power and how she had to navigate how does she hire more people. She had wonderful things to say on the Breakfast Club. Really, a lot of good
She
interesting
said,
things.
did you go down to the white man's office down the street and ask him why he had so many people that look like him?
She said a lot of really good things. So I think that, at the end of the day, even when I was talking to black conservatives last year, it was like, oh, money, money, money. I'd be like, wait a minute, did you ever see Raisin in the Sun? And they're like, well, no. I said, well, you should watch that movie because the simple fact is, you still have to get loans to support your business. You still have to do things in the world. And if there are rules and things that Trump and these other people are making hard for the city you live in, for your group, your aid or whatever, then you will still be behind. You're voting people who's gonna. It doesn't matter if you're making. I mean, listen, Oprah Winfrey, and I have like her. She even said, she's making $1 billion. She can't even go buy a purse if she wants to in certain stores. So It's not really about making $1 billion. It's simple fact that you don't want to elect people who will then put in rules and laws that will make you, as a rich man or woman, make your life difficult. Going driving around, you don't want that. It's not about money. It's more about being seen in a humane way. You want things that's going to see you humanely. So yeah, I think that's what I feel about that. But this was good. It was really good to get these things off my chest. I hope we have another conversation like this next week or whenever you feel up to it. This was a lot. This was a doozy. But I love listening.
You want to tempt me with a weekly panel like this, huh? Like, ho.
Listen, you know what? Y'all were great. I loved it. Y'all were great.
Well, I appreciate your input. And Mademoiselle, do you have any finals?
No, I know that we've kept you forever. And so I, just want to say thanks for having me. Thanks, Mel. And again, hopefully AAE will share one day so we can try to heal, this deep hurt.
You are a beautiful person, Mademoiselle.
I'm really not. I'm really not.
She's like, I'm really not.
I'm really not. I mean, you know what? None of us are perfect, and so at this point, we do need to come together because.
Mademoiselle came up here and said, "I'm in the chat. I got to get up on this panel, and let me tell you a thing." I'm like, "Go ahead." She
I mean,
said,
if that's all it took, we should have hosted this 8 years ago. No.
Come on.
No, but politics is something. But like I said, I left over 1.5 years ago because I knew what was going to happen, and you know what? I can't take it. I don't want to, but I'm still in the midst of it, which is the problem. Even from where I am now, I'm still, it's still really concerning.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Well, have
Look,
a
husband
wonderful.
already came back from working out. We've been talking a long time. He left and came back on this live, y'all.
I know that's right.
All right,
listen, I hope you have a wonderful week, ladies. Everybody in the chat, just stay blessed, stay safe.
Thank you, you two. I appreciate both of you.
All right.
I hope that all of my curvy crew has a wonderful balance of the evening. Thanks for everybody coming through. Thanks for everybody's POV. You know what? I can't discount anybody's experience, and I can only validate that we're all human in a human experience, okay? And that most of our journeys are similar in ways. Not exactly the same, but in a way enough for us to understand when we see pain, we recognize pain, and when things are said from pain, and we see fear and we recognize when things are said from fear, and that we have the power to transmute those types of things and come to a place of love, respect, and understanding. So with that being said, remember there's enough to go around. So go get some, okay? Make sure you smash that like button, smash the subscribe button, and ring the bell on your way out. I'll see you in the next video, Curvies. Peace.